is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Wisconsin.
Beautiful night for baseball as we welcome you to Miller Park. The second half officially gets underway. The first place Pittsburgh Pirates and your Milwaukee Brewers in what the team has called a critical beginning to a 9-game stretch. Zach Greinke on the hill for a Brewer record third consecutive start and first pitcher since Red Faber back in 1917 to start 3 consecutive games in the same season. James McDonald having a career year for the Pirates, already matching his win total of a year ago at 9 and a nice ERA at 2.37. You'll see 2 of the best offensive players this season go head-to-head as Andrew McCutchen and Ryan Braun are 1 and 2 in total bases in the National League. Hi, everybody. Alongside Davey Nelson, I'm Craig Kashan as we welcome you back to the broadcast here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Brewers might be in a position not too long from now to make some big trades, but until then, they have made some internal decisions to bolster not only the bullpen, but their infield as well. They've added Tyler Thornburg, put him in the bullpen, starting pitcher, of course. And they've also added Jeff Bianchi to help that shortstop position. Some of the all-star changes they made, besides sending Taylor Green and Tim Dillard back to AAA.
Well, what they're trying to do right here is strengthen the bullpen, especially with Thornburg, because he's got a nice arm, and get a guy that can come in out of that bullpen and throw some strikes and just give a different look. With Bianchi, he, number one, this is be his first time in the big leagues, but he's a good defensive player, play all over, but it's just a matter, can he do a little better offensively than what the other guys have been doing?
All right, we could see them yet tonight. And, hey, I don't mean to be superstitious, but we have number 13 starting on Friday the 13th. Zach Greinke plants his place in history. Dan Rock have more on the ace when we come back.
Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, because when friends come together, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Toyota, when you choose Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Friday night at Miller Park, Drew Sutton and the Pirates, they have turned over the National League Central. They are in the lead right now. After the All-Star break, 1 game up. You see the Brewers are 8 games back, and they need a surge as they move into half number 2. Zack Greinke will start the second half for the Brewers. He has never lost at Miller Park. He is 15-0 in his 22 starts. Hopes to add 1 more to the ledger here tonight. Hi, everybody. We welcome you back from Miller Park alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. Hope you had a great All-Star break. Brewers are refreshed, hoping to get jump-started here in half number 2. And it's always great to have Zack Greinke on the mound after what was a very wild weekend in Houston. He's back on the mound tonight to make his 3rd consecutive team start.
Yeah, he made a start against the Houston Astros on Saturday. After 4 pitches, he's a little bit late getting over to first base. Altuve beats him over there, and check out the first base umpire. After Zack spikes the baseball, Holbrook throws him out. He gets to start on Sunday. He was only able to go 66 pitches. 3 innings. He had a rough first inning, but able to settle down very nicely. So after the All-Star break, 4 days, Zack Greinke gets his 3rd consecutive start. That doesn't happen every day, but you got to go back. His last 9 starts been very good. Zack coming off a month of June where he's 3-0, a 170 earned run average. His 1 official start in July didn't go all that well, so looking for a bounce back here tonight against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And the Brewers need it because 9 is the magic number. A 9-game stretch against division opponents. It starts with the Pirates in first place tonight. You got a 3-game series. The Cardinals are in to finish off the homestand, and then the Brewers go right back to Cincinnati at Great American Ballpark. That'll be the key. The trade deadlines at the end of the month. Are the Brewers in or are they out? They need a second half surge to get themselves back in the picture in the National League Central. The second half starts when we come back from Miller Park. You think so? Oh, that's nice of you to say. Well, we're refreshed, you know.
You know what? You're going to
All-Star break.
You'll get an open like that if we get 4 days off.
Yeah, every time
shows.
you give us 4 days off, we'll come back strong for you like that. Number 13. It's been anything but unlucky here at Miller Park. Zack Greinke puts his 15-0 record on the line against the Pittsburgh Pirates. The first place Pittsburgh Pirates led by Clint Hurdle, and he has changed the attitude in Pittsburgh. He's got them thinking like a winner, and right now they lead the division as they start half number 2. The Pirates come into play 11 games over 500. at 48 and 37. And Pittsburgh is on a pretty good roll. They were not looking forward to the All-Star break as they have won 6 of their last 7 ball games. Drew Sutton is their leadoff man these days, and he takes strike 1, and away we go at half number 2. Beautiful night here in Milwaukee on a Friday night. Cloud covers come in. Been some rain in the area. Desperately needing some rain here in Milwaukee. As a matter of fact, earlier today, Rock, the tarp was down momentarily this afternoon.
Get some water on this field and keep it relatively cool. The temperatures have cooled off nicely around here.
Sutton right back to Greinke. And that's how his night begins. Let's give you the batting order for the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's brought to you by Piggly Wiggly. Drew Sutton to Neil Walker, followed by Andrew McCutchen, having an MVP type season. In the middle of the order, it's Garrett Jones, Casey McGee, and Pedro Alvarez. Rod Barajas, Clint Barmas, and James McDonald round out Clint Hittle's starting 9 against Zach Greinke.
Well, Zach Greinke, the first pitcher to start 3 consecutive games for his team since 1917. So, an historic start for Zach Greinke, who's had good success against the Pirates in his career. He's 4-1.
Well, starting those 3 consecutive games has never been done in the National League of Baseball. It was Red Faber who did that back in 1917 with the American League's Chicago White Sox. So witnessing history here tonight from Zach Greinke, and he's hoping he can fare a little better than Red Faber did back in 1917. Actually, Red Faber started 3 games in a 2-day stretch. He started both ends of a doubleheader and then followed it with a start the next day. He went 9 innings. Little flare into center field, caught by Nigel Morgan. 2 outs in the inning. Here's the rest of the Brewers defense. Flanking Niger is Braun and Aoki. And then Ramirez, Ransom, Weeks, and Hart go around the horn. Martin Maldonado does the catching. Brewers defense brought to you by Menards. That's Jerry Lane, the crew chief, calling the balls and strikes today. Vic Carapazza, Larry Vanover, and Dan Bellino, the base umpires. As Andrew McCutchen digs in, this will be a great matchup today. Greinke against Andrew McCutchen.
And McCutchen has had a tremendous season, making an all-star team, and certainly when you're talking about a hitter to perhaps try to avoid late in the ball game in this series, this is the guy. Andrew McCutchen leads the Pirates in just about everything.
McCutchen, an all-star, and he went into the all-star break smoking hot. His last 9 games hitting at a .553 batting average, had 21 hits in 9 games prior to the all-star break. He was 21 for 38. Leads the National League in hitting at .362. Also leads the National League in slugging percentage, total bases, and batting with runners in scoring position.
Yep,
so
he can steal bases too. 14 bags.
To the shift. Ransom. Long throw, not in time to get to speedy McCutchen.
Yep, he can run. He gets the infield hits. That's the way you hit over 360 this deep into the season. A lot of infield hits. McCutchen gets on top of a high fastball, and nice play by Ransom, but McCutchen can scoot down the line. And you can see he beats it at first base.
So an infield hit for the Pirates, and McCutchen, a base stealer, is aboard as Garrett Jones will step in. Big power hitter. Jones has 12 home runs this season. Doesn't play every day. He's in a bit of a platoon. You won't see him much against lefties.
And we talked about the 14 stolen bases, and when you snip a base hit, you can kick it into an extra gear, and he beats it at first base.
And we'll see if McCutchen is on the move here. Greinke does a nice job holding runners on. He's quick to the plate, and of course Martin Maldonado has a great throwing arm. Don't give him a chance. And Hart will make the play to win the inning. Good start for Greinke. Scoreless first. Now the Brewers coming up against James McDonald.
The Brewers thank Bell Ambulance for providing emergency medical response and transport during all Miller Park events. Bell Ambulance is Wisconsin's largest ambulance service. Remember, if it doesn't say Bell on the side, you've just been taken for a ride. Fans, please direct your attention to the
Well, there's the skipper back there, Ron Renicky, after an appearance at the All-Star game Tuesday. One of Tony La Russa's coaches for the National League. And here's Renicky's batting order today with Aoki, Morgan, and Braun. In the middle of the order is Ramirez, Hart, and Weeks. Cody Ransom, Martin Maldonado, and Zach Greinke, the Piggly Wiggly batting order. That will face big James McDonald, who is having some kind of season this year for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yes, he is. 6'4", 205 pounds. He's 27 years old. You see the record for McDonald, 9-3. That earned run average that you see is third best in the National League. So this young man is putting together a nice season.
100 strikeouts in the first half for James McDonald, and a pitcher who has found his way in the big leagues, at least in the first half. Nori Aoki leads off for Milwaukee. Aoki comes in with a .301 batting average, has 5 home runs and 20 runs batted in, and Aoki sitting on a 15-game hit streak, interrupted by the All-Star break.
Yeah, you always enjoy the time off for the All-Star break, but when you're swinging the bat very well, like a lot of the Brewers in the top of their batting order were doing right before the break, you hate to have the 4 days off. The Brewers did have a workout yesterday. They took batting practice in infield, but we'll see how these guys respond after 4 days off.
Well, let's check the Pirates defensively behind James McDonald. Drew Sutton is in left. Andrew McCutchen and Garrett Jones join him in the outfield. And then it's Pedro Alvarez, Clint Barmas, Neil Walker, and Casey McGee, with Rod Barajas doing the catching. Menard's Pirates defense. And a 2-2 to Aoki is popped up in the infield. Clint Barmas, their everyday shortstop, makes a catch for out number 1. Pirates have had a lot of moving parts, Rock. They have, other than center field, they really haven't had that lockdown position. Clint Hurdle is mixed and matched, guys playing all over the infield and outfield. I think it's probably safe to say that Pedro Alvarez has settled into an everyday role at third base. But other than that, you know, McCutchen and Alvarez, it's been a revolving door at all of these different positions for Hurdle.
Yeah, the position players are just starting to come into their own. This pitching staff is the reason why they're in first place right now. But before the break, the Pirates are really swinging the bat, scoring runs. Casey McGee swinging the bat well. Neil Walker, a guy that has always hurt the Brewers. I think every team, at least early on, was struggling to find a consistent offense. But when you have the pitching that the Pirates have been able to come up with, they're fourth best in the National League in team earned run average at 3.47. Starting rotation very good. The bullpen's been good. And when you have the pitching, you're going to stick around.
Yeah, the Pirates bullpen actually has a major league leading 2.59 earned run average this year. The former Pirate Nyjer Morgan at the plate. It's really only been in the last month that the Pirates have started to settle in some of their position players. Jose Tabata is no longer with the club. He's down in AAA. That was a big name that did some damage to Milwaukee last year. As Morgan bounces one over to first for out number 2. So 2 gone for Ryan Braun, coming off an all-star performance. His first ever all-star hit. Ryan Braun actually had 2 of them and was very close to giving himself a chance at a cycle. That was his first at bat against Justin Verlander. He tripled and was able to plate Melky Cabrera for the game's first run.
How about those shoes on Melky? The all-star MVP, Melky Cabrera, who hit a home run. Look at Braun using right field. That's what we've seen from Braun all year.
That was the triple, the second at-bat. He doubled his first at-bat on Verlander. And Braun had a single taken away on a diving catch by Jose Bautista.
Yeah.
I was talking to Ron Renicky before the game. You know, said, hey, what was the conversation like between you guys with Terry Collins and Tony La Russa? Would you have left Braun in to see if he could hit for the cycle? He goes, oh, absolutely. If he would have missed that ball, we would have left him in for sure.
Yeah. I still want to get back to the shoes that Melky Cabrera had on.
The orange shoes?
I think they'd look good on you.
You know, I had some on just like that during the All-Star break.
You go deer hunting here in Wisconsin with those on.
Kicking it around the house.
Those are sweet.
Wasn't expecting a fashion statement so early in the broadcast after the break. I see what you're saying.
How can you avoid those? Look at those things.
I get it.
They glow in the dark. Did you miss those?
Got to be the shoes.
Yeah.
You know, because the All-Star game matters now, I didn't want to, zone in on the shoes.
You didn't want to cheapen it like I did?
Right. Braun hits one hard, right center field. That's way back. And there she goes. Ryan Braun picking up right where he left off. Puts the Brewers on the board first tonight with his National League leading 25th home run.
Just like the All-Star game, going to right field with it. Some kind of power for Ryan Braun to the opposite field. You see him do that every day in batting practice, and he's one of those guys that can incorporate that in the game. That's a hanging slider. Up and out over the plate. Ryan didn't try and pull it and knocked it into the Pirates bullpen. How about that? Look how deep he lets that baseball get and able to drive it into right center field. That's just good hitting.
What a season he is having. Ryan Braun. It was interesting during the break. He had mentioned to a few reporters that he doesn't feel like he's MVP worthy right now because the Brewers are not in a pennant race. That could change if they fight their way back and have a second half surge.
A good start would be this series. Win 2 out of 3 here against the Pirates. Nothing like playing the first place team to get yourself right back in it.
Brewers start the day 8 games behind the Pirates in the National League Central. 5 games under 500. Ramos Ramirez fouls one away. 1-2 the count.
And just nice and easy, top down, and he gets that backspin like a left-handed pull hitter will get. Not a whole lot of slice on it, and just hammers it out there in the right center. And the Brewers on the board.
One and 2 to the former Pirate, Aramis Ramirez. It's where he started his career, was signed and developed by the Pirates before being traded to the Chicago Cubs. Comes in with a .272 average. And Aramis with 10 homers, 52 driven in.
Another guy that was red hot before the All-Star break. Swinging the bat well.
Ramirez on a modest 6-game hitting streak where he's hitting .379. Not a big sample size, but it gives you an idea of what Ramirez has been able to do lately. And he's also driving in runs lately. 7 RBIs in those last 6 games. Bigger sample size is his last 40 games. He's hitting .321 as he takes ball 4. Well, the Brewers get a home run from Braun. Ramirez is aboard, and now Corey Hart trying to extend this first inning.
And McDonald beat the Brewers back in June, early in June. He gave him a couple of runs in the first inning and then settled down nicely.
These are the home run hitters he'll be looking at here tonight on the Powerball home run leaderboard. Braun leads the league with 25 now. Corey Hart second on the club with 16. Hart has pushed his way into the top 10 in the National League in home runs. He's tied for 8th right now. Among that group is Pittsburgh's third baseman Pedro Alvarez. Does have a homer against the Buccos this year. There's a strike. 0-2 the count on Corey Hart. Hart golfs one into left field. Looked like he got fooled a little bit.
Yeah, breaking ball, curveball for McDonald. He throws all 4 pitches. And reports on him, what we saw from him back in June. He throws all 4 for strikes. There's that curveball. Corey a little bit out in front, but he's able to keep the bat in the hitting zone a long time and able to hook it into left. Good job adjusting on the fly for Corey Hart.
Would that be dropping the bat head, Rob?
Yes, it would. That would be being out in front with your front foot, but keeping the hands back. That's what that is.
Ray Searage, the Pirates pitching coach, out for a quick trip.
And both of the hits for the Brewers have come on breaking balls. A hanging slider to Braun and now a curveball to Corey Hart. One thing McDonald has done a very good job of so far this year is throwing strikes. He doesn't walk many. He works quickly and not afraid to put the ball over the plate.
Well, before this season, in 4 combined seasons of work in the big leagues, James McDonald had a career record of 18-20 and a 4.04 earned run average. This year he's 9-3, a 2.37 ERA. And you wonder what has been the difference in James McDonald. Those who follow him every day, those who cover the Pirates, say he's maturing. He's, as you just said, he's starting to throw strikes and trust his stuff a little bit. He's always had great stuff. As Weeks lifts one in the air, shallow right, long run for Jones. That ball's falling fast and it hits the sidewall. And new life for Ricky Weeks. Casey McGee, the former Brewer. Check the numbers for Ricky Weeks. He's actually been able to turn things around a little bit his last 21 games.
And look at the direction of most of the base hits you're going to see here is up the middle into the opposite field, and Ricky's done a nice job of that in the last 3 weeks or so. And because of that, his average is starting to climb a bit. And he's off to a pretty good start in the month of July.
He's got his average at 199. He's been fighting hard to get it off the interstate all year. And he's close to doing that. And Rock, you pointed out one of the keys to the second half for the Brewers, if they're going to somehow get their way back in this thing, Ricky Weeks has to be a force offensively.
No doubt. He's starting to do that. You know, the big 4, including Ricky Weeks. You know what you're going to get out of Braun, Ramirez, and Hart. Ricky's got to continue to get it done. And the guys around those hitters have to be able to get on base.
Ricky Weeks homered in his last game in Houston, last game before the half ended.
And that was a rocket into right center, a line drive home run into right center field.
Well, that was off of Jordan Lyles of the Astros on Sunday. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-1 count on Weeks. Down the line, fair ball. That's going to go into a corner. It bounces off the sidewall. Ramirez will score. Now it's bobbled in left field. Here comes Hart. He will score. 3-0. Blue Crew on a miscue in the outfield.
Yeah, that might be an error out there and left on Drew Sutton, allowing Corey to score. He got to it, just didn't pick it up. He overran it, and then Ed Cedar at third base sent Corey a 2-1 fastball, middle in, and Ricky able to tuck it inside that third baseline. And with the ball hitting that area on the stands, it looked as though it was going to keep Corey Hart at third base, but the bobble in left gives the Brewers another run.
Corey Hart safe at home, safe and secure with New York Life. So Weeks at second. 2 runs in. It's 3-0 Brewers here in the first inning.
And it will be an E7, allowing Hart to score. So give Ricky 1 RBI. A double and an RBI. And an E7 allowing Hart to score.
Cody Ransom now. Well, good start for the Brewers offensively against one of the game's best pitchers. Ransom unable to check his swing, according to Vic Carapazza. And the count is a ball and a strike. The unflappable Cody Ransom. Don't see much emotion out of the Brewers shortstop.
No.
He's steady as he goes.
Yeah, good or bad, you never really know what he's thinking. I would imagine Cody Ransom got a lot of benefit out of the All-Star break with that finger that he's having a tough time with, and perhaps allow him to swing the bat with a little bit more authority. Doesn't affect him defensively at all.
Well, Ransom's done a nice job. He and Cesar Turris have filled in the void left by Alex Gonzalez. That was one of the key injuries this year for Milwaukee. Brewers' everyday shortstop Gonzalez blowing out a knee, an ACL, cost him the season back in May. 2-1 pitch, and Ransom fouls it back. 2-2 now. Ransom hitting 7th in the Ron Roenicke batting order today. Roenicke is optimistic about the second half. He liked what he saw from the offense as they were winding up the first half. A lot more patient at-bats, successful at-bats with runners in scoring position. As Ransom lifts one in the air to center, McCutchen wants it. And that'll do it for the side of the first, but the Brewers get 3. There was an error in the inning, but the Brewers bring out their hitting shoes after the All-Star break. Ron goes deep, Hartman Weeks with hits.
Brewers off to a quick start here at Miller Park over the Pirates. They lead 3-0 as the Brewers look like they are going to continue their dominance over the Pirates. Since 2007, they have put together a remarkable record against Pittsburgh here at Miller Park. And since the 2007 season, they are 39-6 with a .291 batting average, averaging 6.3 runs a game. They've hit 75 home runs, and they have a team ERA of 3.23. And we all know about the streak and the dominance they've had over Pittsburgh, and they're looking to get back to that after Pittsburgh came in here in early June and took 2 of 3 from the Brewers, Brian.
Yeah, times are changing in the National League Central. The Pirates, you got to give them a lot of credit, right, Rock? I mean, this is a team that hasn't had a winning season 20 seasons and trying to do something that hasn't been done since the early 90s when they had guys like Barry Bonds and Bobby Bonilla and Andy Van Slyke. And they, in fact, came in here and, as Telly mentioned, won 2 out of 3, and they did it in impressive fashion. And it's not the same Pirates team that the Brewers have had all that success against over the last few years.
And last year, the Brewers won 8-1 here at Miller Park against Pittsburgh. And it's something that the Pittsburgh Pirates in the National League Central, the Brewers have not been to Pittsburgh yet.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a while.
Yeah, the Brewers will not play the Pirates until August, as Casey McGee takes a call at strike 3. The former Brewer. First strikeout for Zach Greinke.
Now Zach Greinke, that ball tailed right back over the heart of the plate. It looked as though Casey McGee was caught guessing, because that clearly right down the middle, and Casey knew it.
Brewers don't go to Pittsburgh until the 24th through the 26th of August, and then they go right back to Pittsburgh 3 weeks later in September.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. And they're cranking them out in Pittsburgh now, drawing well, and that fan base, always been a good fan base, but they haven't had much to cheer about lately, and they're showing up to games. Attendance has picked up. They've certainly spiked the enthusiasm of what has been a football hotbed in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. Bringing baseball back. Back to the We Are Family days when the Pirates used to roll. Willie Stargell in the game. Pedro Alvarez bounces to Cody Ransom for the second out. Well, what do you have on the Pirates, Rock? What are you seeing from them? Lately, they've been great. They've actually won 11 of their last 13 series.
I think a little bit of it, you hit on it. I mean, we talked about their pitching, their starting rotations been very good. A.J. Ned Correa, who's starting tomorrow, James McDonald, but their bullpen keeps them in games late. Their offense is really starting to come around, and somewhat unusual. The Pittsburgh Pirates really historically have never played well at home. They're 29-14 at PNC Park, so they're playing well at home, playing around 500 on the road, a little bit under. 19-23, so it's good to see the Pirates actually, you know, if you're a Pirates fan, to see a lot of winning at home. They historically haven't been able to do that.
Well, this next stretch of games for the Pirates, their focus right now as they start the second half, 16 of their next 22 games will be on the road. And I think that's going to be a good indicator of whether this Pirates team is for real. Many think they are. When you pitch like they do, you figure they will be in there. But I think Pirates fans are cautious, though.
Yeah, you hit on it a little bit earlier. I think Clint Hurdle has brought a culture over to Pittsburgh that he demands that his players believe in themselves, and they're starting to do that. The only way you can do that is to start winning, which they've been doing. You can do all the talking you want, but if it doesn't show up on the field, it doesn't mean much.
Rod Barajas, the Pittsburgh catcher, with 2 away in the second inning. Pittsburgh has the best record in baseball since May 12th. Angels and the Yankees in the American League with identical records at that time, but nobody's played better since the 12th of May. That was just a little over a month into the season, and that's why they show up today, and Clint Hurdle's club is 11 games over. So a key 3-game series to start it for the Brew Crew here, trying to whittle down some of that 8-game deficit in this 3-game set. Barajas rips one left field, and that is a foul ball.
And you have to tip your hat to a guy like Barajas. I mean, a veteran catcher who has done a nice job getting, you know, the starting rotation and the bullpen, you know, through games. A good effort out there in left field.
Don't be embarrassed, young man.
Take it hard. That ball was hit hard.
You know, lower your expectations. That's what I tell Rock on the golf course all the time.
I finally bought in. I just don't go anymore.
Enjoying the summer in Milwaukee. 2-2 pitch. Barajas hits that one deep center field. Morgan is way back there, and he'll run it down. Nigel Morgan makes the catch. Got a nice jump. And a 3-up, 3-down inning. Did what the fan couldn't do. Nigel Morgan, but he had a glove. Good first inning for the Brewers, Rock. They scored 3 in the first, and it started with a Ryan Braun home run.
Hey, after 2 outs and nobody on, the Brewers were able to put 4 consecutive base runs, including that Ryan Braun home run, a Walker Ramirez, Correa single, and scored on a double from Ricky Weeks and an error out in left field. Very similar start for McDonald tonight. As his first start this year at Miller Park in June, he gave up 2 unearned runs in the first inning and then was able to settle down.
McDonald giving up 3 runs, 2 earned in that first inning. 6-1 record since mid-May. McDonald, that 1 loss since May 11th. He's won 4 straight decisions. McDonald for the Pirates.
Up in 7 of his last 8.
Found a new gear. The Pirates got him from the Dodgers. It was a trade a few years back for Octavio Dotel. They weren't sure what they had. They knew they had a lot of upside, which is a pretty popular scout term for a pitcher who has great stuff, but is it pitching well? And he wasn't pitching well until this season. Just pitching so-so. Martin Maldonado leads off for the Brewers. Saw Jonathan Lucroy earlier today. He is close to returning. As a matter of fact, Lucroy will take batting practice for the first time tomorrow. I figure he's probably 2 or 3 weeks away from being back in the big leagues. Sooner than that to get back to a minor league rehab, you would think.
Yeah, it's killing him to sit on that bench. We saw him early today and throwing to the bases. Looked pretty good. Had something behind those throws. I mean, the rhythm's going to be off a little bit, but it didn't seem to really affect his velocity. Trying to keep the legs in shape.
Well, Lucroy's been catching bullpens. His right hand was the injured hand, so he's been able to catch bullpens and stay in somewhat catching shape, I guess. But you were saying before the broadcast tonight that until you catch a game, your legs, they don't know what's coming yet.
Right. I mean, you can do all the bullpens you want, but you're gonna have to go down and do some rehab, maybe a week, 3 or 4 games maybe, and because those legs after a couple of games, you're gonna feel like you're wearing cement shoes. It's just like spring training all over again for him.
It's going to be very interesting to see what the Brewers do, though, when Lucroy does come back. Martin Maldonado has certainly held his own in the big leagues this year. He has done a fantastic job behind the plate. And he's hit a little.
Yeah.
Maldonado is hitting .245.
Come up with some big hits, some big home runs.
Has 5 homers for the Brewers and just 110 at bats, driven in 17 runs. It's a good problem to have, though, for Milwaukee.
They have too many catchers. You're right.
A good battle going on here with Maldonado and McDonald. And the other part of that equation is George Kottaras, who Roenicke loves using off the bench. Feels like he's a good threat off the bench.
Maybe keep all 3 of them.
George has been taking a lot of ground balls, as he has all year. More so lately at first base. Gives him another defensive option. All decisions for down the roads. Brewers still have some time to make that call. Another foul out of play.
Now you're looking for Lucroy, perhaps the end of July, first part of August. I think the Brewers are shooting for the end of July, which really you're talking about a 1-month decision for somebody. That person will get sent down, or he'll be back in September. But that guy's going to be activated. They need his bat.
Here's the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Breaking ball down and in. 3-2 now to Maldonado.
Yeah, McDonald's just not able to throw that breaking pitch for strikes. He's throwing it. He's trying to get a feel for it, but it's been out of the strike zone.
3-2. And a line drive to center field. What a plate appearance for Martin Maldonado on the 10th pitch of the sequence.
Yep, and because he really didn't worry too much about the breaking ball because he wasn't able to throw it for strikes, Maldonado hammers a fastball right into center field. Right down the middle, and he centers on it nicely. Can't hit him much better than that.
So that is a leadoff single for the Brewers, and it'll give Zach Greinke a chance to get a bunt down, which he does as a sacrifice to advance Maldonado to second base. Back to the top of the order now. Fox Saturday Baseball is back tomorrow. Cardinals Reds showdown between NL Central rivals. Got both teams looking to keep pace near the top of the division. Fox Saturday Baseball is back in the afternoon, 2:30 p.m. Central, and it's only on Fox. St. Louis at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. In the Central Division starting play today, the Pirates up a game on the Reds, and then the Cardinals are 2.5 back. Those three teams all over 500, all with winning streaks. Reds have won 3 in a row prior to the break.
That's a team too that's not going to go away anytime soon. The Cincinnati Reds.
And they have a lot of pieces in their minor league system to go make some impact deals. Ton of talent in Cincinnati's farm system right now. Nori Aoki is ahead 3-0.
I'm sorry, McDonald's pitch count is at 49.
This kind of looks like the old James McDonald.
Right.
High pitch counts.
But you got to tip your hat to the Brew Crew. They have not been chasing that breaking pitch out of the zone.
And ball 4. Aoki walks on 4 straight. 2 on now with 1 away. That'll bring up Nyjer Morgan.
Hey, come out to Miller Park for the Negro Leagues tribute game on Saturday, July 28th. The Brewers will wear special uniforms as a tribute to the Milwaukee Bears. Call 414-902-4000.
I was so glad to see Fox during the All-Star broadcast bring light to the Negro League Baseball Museum there in Kansas City. And they did a great job and showed some of the beautiful elements of that facility, and a lot of great chatter from national writers who converge into Kansas City. And the Brewers are big participants and supporters of that Negro League Baseball Museum, and they have the Negro League throwback uniforms every year. The Bears.
Yep.
Nyjer paid a visit to the Negro League Museum while the Brewers were in Kansas City. He and Ricky Weeks. Big spot for the Brewers. They have a 3-0 lead, trying to add to it here in the second inning. Maldonado with below average speed at second. Aoki runs well at first. Oh, he chased one. Big hook.
And that's that breaking pitch. McDonald ahead in the count, had Morgan chasing the curveball. And that's a pitch that, at least in the early going, the Brewers have been able to lay off.
Nyjer has fond memories of his days with the Pirates. Bouncing ball. A chance to turn it here. And Morgan just beats the throw as Nori Aoki just crumbles the shortstop Clint Barmas to the ground.
Yeah, good job by Aoki, hustling down there to break it up. And Casey McGee cheating over there at first base a little bit, pulling the foot, tried to pull a fast one on Vic Carapazza, the first base umpire. Check him out. Tried to sell it. And that's a big play. That brings up Ryan Braun with a couple of men on.
Taking a page out of the Albert Pujols book right there. Casey McGee, the wily old veteran. So here is Braun with runners at the corners. Barmes was certainly aware of Aoki coming in hard on him and didn't have much on the throw, which bought Morgan just enough time. Saw Ryan's dad Joe here today. He's at the ballpark. He's got his Ryan Braun jersey on.
Had a good time in Kansas City with the family. Saw his son put on a heck of a show in Kansas City. Nice catch out in left field, couple of hits.
Hey, Rob Prince fielder of a base hit, which gave some satisfaction to Brewers fans. Nice catch by Braun out there in the gap.
How about Prince in the home run hitting contest?
That was something, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Braun with 62 ribbies now after that solo homer in the first. Only Beltran with more. Braun leads the league in homers. Way inside. 3-0. He didn't catch it. The All-Star game fielder against Steven Strasburg just hit a missile into the gap, and Braun able to run it down. Take that, Prince.
Yeah, nice showing for Ryan Braun in that All-Star game. What a job he did. Nice win for the National League.
Yeah, they're on a roll now, right? 3 in a row.
Yeah. 8-0.
There's Joe Braun, his father.
He looks calm with his kid up at the plate.
If your kid was Ryan Braun, you'd be calm as well. Although Joe's not really.
No, I don't care what level, how good you are. There's always going to be those butterflies when they come up.
So a walk to load the bases with 2 away, and it'll be Aramis Ramirez. And the pitch count ain't concerned. It's going to be a short start for McDonald no matter what.
Yeah, 57 pitches already. 58.
Maldonado, Morgan, and Braun on the bases. Maldonado has the only hit of the inning. A single after a 10-pitch at bat. Now Ramirez in a big RBI spot. The cleanup man trying to do just that here in the second inning. Strike on the corner for James McDonald. Ramirez drew a walk in the first inning, scored a run. Second on the club in RBIs with 52. Got a bunch of them out there right now. Chopper to short. Barmes. And the inning is over. McDonald strands the bases loaded, but a pitch count that is soaring.
Your photo is being shown. Go to the U.S. Cellular Clubhouse located behind Section 112 and get your prize. The U.S. Cellular Clubhouse welcomes fans to go beyond the bases and check out the newest U.S. Cellular product. Get photos taken with a life-size cutout of John Axford and train like a pro with our Vision Coach activities. Picks for prizes. Brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the exclusive wireless provider of the Milwaukee Brewers. Leading off the third, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the 8th bat for 12.
Zach Greinke back on the mound, 2 scoreless in the books for him. He's given up just 1 hit. It was an infield hit. And our Carshoot.com email the booth question. Tony wants to know, which team is the biggest surprise at the All-Star break, the Pirates or the Nationals? Those are the best 2 records in the National League to start play today. The Nationals have the best record, 49-34. They have a 4-game lead over the Braves. What do you think, Rock?
How can you pick either one? I think they're both big surprise, but I would have to pick one. I think it would be the Pirates. I think that going into the season, I think all the experts were saying that the Nationals were really loaded in their pitching staff and a few more veterans on their team. Bryce Harper, the nice addition, but the Pittsburgh Pirates have done a heck of a job this year. I think both of them. I think the Pirates are more healthy than the Nationals have been. The Nationals have been hurt by some injuries, some big components to their offense.
Corey Hart with a nice play. Using all of that 6'6" frame, reaching over the rail to make the catch. And retiring Clint Barmes to start the 3rd inning.
Yep, and ending that discussion about Pittsburgh and Washington. Well done, Corey Hart. How can you expect more of Corey Hart than he's been able to give Milwaukee as a first baseman? Look at this job. Knows exactly where he is, gets to the railing, and makes the catch.
Everybody clears out of his way. Look at Kosuke, the Brewers translator. No problem. Well done. I think at the All-Star break, they don't give awards away at the All-Star break, but certainly Clint Hurdle is the front runner for Manager of the Year based on the way the season has gone. So I would agree with you. The Pirates been a big surprise, and they've got a lot of history to overcome.
Pirates got off to a nice start last year, then fizzled. It was about 3 weeks before the All-Star break, something like that. But this is certainly the latest that they've been in first place since they were a powerhouse.
Through 85 games last year, which is where we are right now, Pittsburgh was 44-41. 3 games over. They're 11 over starting play today as Greinke walks the pitcher. On 4 straight, James McDonald is aboard. The first walk issued by Zach Greinke. A go figure at bat for Greinke, who has excellent command and lets the pitcher get away.
Yeah. Well, sometimes when you know all you have to do is throw a strike, that's sometimes the toughest time to do it.
Back to the top of the order, Drew Sutton. He's a journeyman that has found a bit of a home here in Pittsburgh. Interesting story with him that the Pirates had him. They picked him up from the Atlanta Braves, then traded him to the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays had an immediate need in the big leagues, and so the Pirates went ahead and made the trade, probably with the understanding that at some point Sutton was going to be made available again. He wasn't going to stick on the big league roster unless he just went crazy with the Rays. He didn't, and they took him off the roster, what they called DFA, designated for assignment.
Picked him up off of waivers from the Tampa Bay Rays back on June 24th.
So the Pirates had him, traded him, and then got him back, and now he's been a big contributor here the last couple of weeks for the Buccos. And a walk-off home run against Houston last week. An infielder by trade. He's been pushed into the outfield for this second half opener. That one is smoked right center field. Morgan's got a long way to go. Won't get there. That's to the wall. McDonald to third base. He'll stop there as Drew Sutton doubles into the right center field gap, and the Pirates put up their first big threat of the ball game.
Yep, a 2-ball, 1-strike fastball that was right down the middle, and Sutton hammers it into the gap out there. And the Brewers fortunate that the pitcher was on first base, or that would have been a run. He just drills it out there in the gap. Nigel Morgan not able to get to it, and because McDonald was on base, not able to score.
Well, with trouble looming on deck, and Andrew McCutchen, a pretty good hitter coming up in Neil Walker. Second and third with one away. Walker is sitting on a 12-game hit streak and hitting .291 for the season.
And just went after a first pitch curveball from Greinke. That's what makes these guys, difficult to pitch to. They're seeing baseball and hacking. They don't mess around too much.
Walker, a Pittsburgh native, playing for his hometown team. He was a prep star, 2 sports, baseball and football. All-state quarterback. Always dreamed of playing for the Pirates, and he gets his chance. He's been tough on the Brew Crew.
A switch hitter that's pretty good from both sides of the plate.
Walker is 3 for 12 lifetime against Greinke. And Greinke strikes him out. Maldonado hangs on to the foul tip.
Yep, on 3 pitches.
Well, that's a big punch out for Zach Greinke with McCutchen coming up. Second strikeout for Greinke. And with a base open at first, we'll see what Greinke does with McCutchen. Putting together an MVP season, Andrew McCutchen. His name is all over the National League leaderboard offensively.
He's got 18 home runs. He can steal bases, and you can be very careful with him right here. You've got a left-hander on deck. But certainly doesn't have the credentials coming in of an Andrew McCutchen. So be careful here. And he's very tough in these situations, hitting .400 with runners in scoring position this year. That's the best in the National League.
Did he go? Yes, he did, says Jerry Lane. And a ball and a strike on McCutchen. Infield hit for McCutchen in the first inning. The first Pirates hit until the double by Sutton a moment ago. Foul tip, big cut. Couldn't tell who that got a piece of, Maldonado or Jerry Lane. Or both.
Little carom off the shoulder of Maldonado. Actually off the mask.
Mask, shoulder.
Yeah.
To the netting.
How about that pitch that McCutchen just missed? Right down the middle.
Like a violent hack. 1-2. Greinke in the driver's seat. And a breaking ball that just missed.
How about that take? That's something else.
Greinke wanted the call from Jerry Lane. Didn't get it.
You're going to get a lot of swings and misses on that pitch, but not McCutchen. He's seeing it pretty well. A little bit low.
That was an A+ breaking ball from Zach Greinke. Wonder if he has another one in him. Maldonado wants to start over. Second and third with 2 away. And he went back to the slider, and McCutchen lays off. Full count. A walk's not the worst thing in the world.
All right, throw another one. Another slider.
Full count, and he did, and McCutchen lays off.
That's just a good at bat right there. He fell behind early. Greinke tried to get him to chase 3 sliders and didn't bite. None of the sliders that Greinke threw in that at bat were for strikes. The fastball's for strikes. There's a pitch that McCutchen ordinarily doesn't miss. And then 3 consecutive breaking pitches. That first one there was very close, and then Greinke's saying, all right, I'm not going to give you a fastball. And he takes first base.
Well, he does put the tying run on, but goes to work against Garrett Jones here in the 3rd inning. On the ground to Weeks, out in the ground. Oh, tough hop. Weeks recovers, not in time.
Man, that's a killer right there.
Bad break for the Brew Crew. That ball was headed for Weeks, took a tough hop on it and hit the lip of the grass as Weeks was in the grass.
I think Ricky forgot how deep he was at second base. He was on the outfield grass. And I think once that ball went off his chest, he didn't realize how far that throw was going to be. And it took his time with it. There it is, right on the lip. It comes up on him, and watch Ricky. He gets to it. Looks like he takes his time a little bit, but Garrett Jones able to beat it.
That'll be an error on Weeks at E4.
Well, made his pitch. He got the out, and he's still out there.
And now having to face Casey McGee with the bases loaded.
And hit the seam, and Garrett Jones showing good hustle down to first base.
Strike 2 McGee. 1-1 to count. Bases still loaded. The Pirates are on the board for the first time on a Weeks error. Oh, McGee really swinging the bat well for the Pirates lately. Finally started to get some regular playing time as Greinke deals a breaking ball for a strike.
Yep, a high breaking pitch, and Jerry Lane able to bring it up. It looked like it was off the outside corner, but Zach got the call.
The excitable Jerry Lane behind the plate. 1-2. Overall, McGee batting .251. A 3-hit game on Sunday just prior to the break. Missed 3-2. And Greinke is going to be forced to come in there now. Casey McGee's been one of Clint Hurdle's best players off the bench this year. Use him in pinch hit roles. He's hit for a .379 average, and that success has earned him occasional starts. He gets one tonight against Greinke. Runners go. 3-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to Corey Hart. He bobbles. Greinke's there for him to win the inning. Shoddy defense for the Brewers, but the Pirates managed just one. It's 3-1 Crew. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho-Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Beautiful Friday night for baseball here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Great to have you with us tonight. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder. Telly Hughes is here. Chris Withers, our producer. Kevin Shank directing tonight's game. Good to get the band back together for the second half as we conclude the All-Star break and now get into the big stretch. Many questions swirling the Milwaukee Brewers coming into this series in this 9-game stretch. It's a 6-game homestand to start the second half. Ron Renicky is curious as anyone to see how this team's going to respond after 4 days off and some time of reflection.
Yeah, made some changes during the All-Star break. Taylor Green and Tim Dillard being sent down. And Tyler Thornburg, a starting pitcher down in the minor leagues, is now in the Brewers bullpen. And Jeff Bianchi, an infielder by trade, he's with the team now.
Both will be in support roles. These were the moves the Brewers made during the All-Star break, with Green and Dillard going out back to AAA Nashville. Ron Renicky saying Taylor Green needed at bats, and same goes for Tim Dillard, needs some innings. Thornburg will get his chance in the bullpen. Hard thrower. And I think for Ron Renicky to see Tyler Thornburg at the major league level, he did make one start for the Brewers. See if he can earn his way into a significant role in that bullpen.
And that'll be determined by how the Brewers do in the next 9 days. We've made a big deal about the 9-game stretch, but that's the way it is. Trading deadline's coming up.
July 31st is the trading deadline. There's Jeff Bianchi. When he plays, it'll be his major league debut. It's been quite a ride for him. His heart goes back up the middle. A base hit on a 3-2 pitch. Corey Hart singles to start the third. This MLB on Fox season, Fox Sports is proud to support Boys and Girls Clubs of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. And we invite you to learn more. Please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. Here is Ricky Weeks with a man on. A double and an RBI in the first inning, and Ricky Weeks getting 201. He pops this one up on the first pitch. One gone. Brewers lead 3-1, scoring 3 first-inning runs against James McDonald. Right now for McDonald, the pitch count is the story. He has 66, and there's just one out in the third inning. Here is Cody Ransom. This might be a spot where you see some action on the base paths. Cody Ransom, a good hit and run man. Ransom popped up to the center fielder his last time up.
Highest pitch count for James McDonald this year was 120 pitches. That was back at the end of May in a complete game victory against the Twins. He also had a 114 pitch game. That was back in April.
He has been so good for the Pirates, so consistent. He's only given up more than 3 runs once all season. That was in a victory against the Phillies. Gave up 4 runs to the Phillies in late June. Other than that, he's kept it at 3 runs or less. Finished the first half with 100 strikeouts on the nose and 31 walks. Ransom, a bouncing ball. Backhanded. Barmes goes to second for 1. The turn in time for the out. The Pirates turn 2. On a beautiful double play started by Clint Barmas. Inning over, the Pirates flashing some leather to end the third inning.
All right, check out our keys to the game brought to you by GMC. Ryan Braun, number 25, got the Brewers jump started in the first inning. A 3-run first inning, 3 hits, a walk by Ramirez, Corey Hart, and Ricky Weeks double. And a very good start for the second half from Milwaukee. The error by Drew Sutton played Corey Hart. And Zach Greinke cruising along until the third, where an error cost him a run. It all started with a walk to the pitcher with 1 out.
And that pitcher, James McDonald, scored that run, an unearned run against Greinke. He's given up 2 hits to the Pirates, 3-1 as we go to the fourth. Pittsburgh will have Pedro Alvarez, Rod Barajas, and Clint Barmas. That was a nice double play the Pirates turned to in the third inning. Barmas has always been a good shortstop. Ended up playing a lot of second base for the Colorado Rockies after Tulowitzki arrived on the scene. He's been a steadying influence for the Pirates, but he does a very good job defensively. We saw him with the Astros a year ago, and a nice pickup.
He's had his problems at the plate, but he's always had very good success against Greinke.
Barmas due to hit third in this inning. Greinke looking for a clean one here. Clint Barmas, his career against Zach Greinke, he's now 6 for 10.
That's not bad.
So that's a guy you want to be on the lookout for, and why Greinke wants to get these first 2 hitters as Alvarez skies one left field. Braun settles under it. 1 gone as Alvarez is retired. AT&T trivia: which 2 teams did Red Faber face in his 3 straight starts in 1917? Zach Greinke is the first pitcher since Red Faber to make 3 starts for his team in order. Start 3 in a row of his team's games since Red Faber, and the first National Leaguer to do it in the history of baseball in the same season. Now, Sudden Sam McDowell started in 3 consecutive team games, but that was 2 in 1 year, and then the first of the actually 1 to end one season, and then 2 to start the next season. So that's a little bit of an asterisk on that. Have you been brushing up on your Red Faber biographical information, Ron?
I have not. I haven't had to. We've been talking about Red quite a bit last couple of days, or last couple of games.
Red Faber, he's been playing big on Brewers television as Barajas just shovels one into right field for a base hit.
Hey, we were talking about looking at some of the box scores of the game. Red Faber. There's some pretty good names on that list in those box scores. Shoeless Joe Jackson, one of the names.
Yeah.
George Sisler, as we give away the answer to that question. If you remember what team George Sisler played for back in 1917.
Right. There's the key. See Sam McDowell, the Indians, 66 and 67. Red Faber, you think about the context of Major League Baseball, and of course one of the more infamous teams in the history of the game, the 1919 Chicago White Sox, known as the Black Sox, a team that threw the World Series to the Cincinnati Reds. Faber pitched for the White Sox 1917. He was injured in 1919. He did not appear in the World Series that year. And until Zach Greinke tonight, no pitcher in the history of the game had started 3 consecutive games for their team. Greinke made a start on Saturday against the Astros. He threw 4 pitches and was ejected. Came back, started on Sunday, lasted just 3 innings, gave up 3 runs, and he starts the first day after the All-Star break. His nemesis at the plate, Clint Barmas. Not many people can say they're a 600 hitter against Zach Greinke. Barmas is one of them. Steve Reich on the corner.
Yeah, good pitch right on the outside corner. Just certain hitters just see the ball very well against certain pitchers, and sometimes they're very good pitchers. On the flip side of that, you get a guy that's up from the minor leagues. He doesn't have much of a career. He just can't see the ball.
Flare, foul territory. Hart will watch it go into the seats. Playing the 4th inning here. Time now to take a look at our Jimmy John's high-speed delivery. James McDonald at 95 so far. Greinke's best bullet is 94. He's had a few of those here today. Would love to get a ground ball in this spot. Return the favor to Barmas. Barmas is late on that fastball.
Zach ordinarily, as we looked at that high speed, he's usually got a couple of 95, 96ers. Not yet.
Essentially pitching on regular rest after his start on Sunday, his 5th day. There's a little flare, and that's going to fall, and a base hit. Boy, 2 hits off the end of the bat. Greinke and giving up 2 base runners here as Barajas and Barmas both single.
And again, not a bad pitch. That pitch is down and away, and Barmas just goes down and gets it right off the end and dumps it into center field. These guys just hack. I mean, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they strike out a lot and they do not walk much. They like to swing it.
And Barmas now 7 for 11 lifetime against Greinke. Brewers are expecting a bunt here with McDonald. 1st and 2nd with 1 out. Greinke's such a good fielding pitcher. It always opens up an opportunity to turn 2 in a spot like this. Aside from what he does on the mound, he's a very good athlete. He handles the bat well, Zach Greinke, but he also fields his position at a Gold Glove caliber.
Yep. And the way McDonald was running around the bases, he doesn't get down the line all that well. So if the Brewers pinching on the corners can get something that has a little bit of firmness to it, they might be able to turn 2 as well.
McDonald squares, gets a bunt down, foul. right-handed thrower, McDonald, a left-handed hitter. Protects that throwing arm with a pad. Pulls it back and fouls it back. The old Butcher Boy play.
Yeah, made famous by Jim Gantner here in Milwaukee. Nobody did that any better than Jim Gantner. Did you see Gumby today on the field?
Clean-shaven Jim Gantner today.
He had a goatee. I was getting on him. He looked like Colonel Sanders. all gray.
1-2 pitch. McDonald bunts it foul. There's a strikeout for Greinke. Unable to advance the 2 base runners, and for Greinke his 3rd K.
Hey, for just $50, purchase 4 Terrace Reserve tickets to select Sunday home games and get 4 coupons for free hot dogs and small sodas. Family Day tickets are $12.50 each. Visit Brewers.com/FamilyDays.
Two-men aboard, 2 outs. Top of the order here is Drew Sutton, who doubled his last time up. Greinke starts him with a wrinkle and gets ahead of him. Sutton serves one fair down the left field line. Barajas will score, and it is 3-2. And how about these 3 hits that the Pirates have amassed in this 4th inning?
Yeah, that last one was a pretty good piece of hitting by Drew Sutton. Taking that ball to the opposite field. A pretty good pitch by Greinke. Check it out. On the outside corner. Might have been up just a tad. Not much, but that was a good piece of hitting. And this slices it down the left field line. Plating Rod Barajas, who had a flare to start the inning.
3-2 Milwaukee. The Pirates have answered back. Sutton with his 2nd double. And now 2nd and 3rd for Neil Walker. A base hit could put the Pirates on top. Walker hits one deep center field. Morgan turns and watches this one go. 3-run home run. And the Pirates have come all the way back to take the lead. Now 4 runs in the inning. Nothing cheap about that one.
No. Yeah, good approach by Drew Sutton to plate the 1st run in the inning, and then Neil Walker takes it to the opposite field. A breaking ball up in the strike zone, and Walker gives it a pretty good ride out there in left center. No cheapie there. And remember, Walker swinging a 1st pitch curveball his 1st time up. This time Greinke leaves one up in his zone.
Greinke gets ahead of Andrew McCutchen. All of this with 2 outs. 4 runs in with 2 outs in the inning. All 5 of the Pirates runs coming with 2 outs in this game as McCutchen bounces to 3rd. Ramos Ramirez for the out. Inning over, but damage done. Neil Walker extending his hitting streak to 13 games. Melts his 7th homer of the season, a 3-run shot, and it's 5-3 Pittsburgh.
Brewers down a pair in the bottom of the 4th inning. Time to check in with the crew in the community. Yesterday at Miller Park, Ricky Weeks and the Brewers Community Foundation hosted their annual Team Smile event. 300 young kids from the Boys and Girls Club Milwaukee received full dental care, including cleaning, fluoride treatment, fillings, x-rays, and lessons on proper dental care. Team Smile provides 20 volunteer dentists and hygienists for the event. This was the 3rd year of Team Smile. Brian?
All right, Telly, thanks. That was a good day for Ricky Weeks and all those kids. Well, new ball game here as the Pirates, down 3-0 after the first inning, have fought their way back. They lead 5-3 now as Martin Maldonado leads off. Well, things turn quickly. The Brewers stranding the bases loaded in the 2nd inning, trying to add to a 3-0 lead, could not. Had a leadoff man aboard in the 3rd inning, and a 6-4-3 double play nicely turned that into the inning. And the Pirates come roaring back. Neil Walker extending his hitting streak to 13 consecutive games. It's the longest of the season for the Pirates.
He has had some good games against the Brewers. He really has. Switch hitter with good power to both sides.
2-1 to Maldonado. 2-2 to the Brewer catcher. A lot of baseball going on today. Everybody's back at it. That Cardinals-Reds matchup is now in the 7th inning. And the Reds have just taken the lead. They've scored twice in the 7th. They lead 3-2 over St. Louis. The game is in Cincinnati. Maldonado to center field. McCutchen closing fast. Can't get there. Maldonado is 2 for 2 against James McDonald. And the Brewers, for the 3rd consecutive inning, have their leadoff hitter aboard.
Have a high fastball by McDonald, and look at Maldonado able to get enough of it to dump it in front of McCutchen. He didn't get a very good jump on that baseball. Ordinarily, center fielder McCutchen is all over that one, but I think because it was down on the trademark a little bit with the big swing, got a bad break on it.
Greinke up there to bunt. McDonald spins him out.
Are you a numerologist?
No, not really.
The Friday the 13th and number 13 on the mound.
Greinke lines out, throw to first. Maldonado is back. Well, maybe that had something to do with that right there. I see what you're saying. The bad luck. Pirates had some fortunate luck against Greinke in the top of this inning.
Right.
Is that where you're headed?
No, I'm just kind of interesting. How many pitchers were number 13? Almost had a double play. Maldonado gets hit with it, and he's got to stay at first base. A rare occasion where Greinke not able to advance the base runner.
Look at Neil Walker here, trying to make a bare hand grab and almost did it. Fortunate that the Brewers didn't end up in a double play. Number 13 fits Zach Greinke perfectly, I think. Is that a number you would have avoided during your playing days?
No, not really. I'm not into that that type of thing with 13, but I mean 2 13s, does that equal it out? It's not unlucky.
26 for the Friday the 13th.
Yeah, this is the second Friday the 13th the Brewers have played this year.
I didn't even realize it was Friday the 13th until you just pointed it out.
They got beat by the Atlanta Braves on Friday the 13th early in the year.
I knew it was July. 50-50 on the fact that it was Friday and had no idea it was the 13th. But oh, by the way, the Brewers have the best winning percentage in baseball on Friday the 13th. Corey Aoki draws the walk. Second time he's walked, and on 4 straight once again. 2 on with 1 away. Nigel Morgan coming up.
In other words, I don't think I'd have any problem staying on the 13th floor of a hotel.
Right.
But they don't have them.
Some of them don't.
Right.
Our buddy Jeff Miller pointed out that the 3 Friday the 13th this year, January, April, and July, they've been 13 weeks apart. If you want to take it next level. Okay. This is the last one.
See, you are into it. Well done. It took you a while to start embracing the 13th in the discussion. I thought you were going to leave it flat, but you didn't. You never do.
Did you say something wrong? What do you figure this meeting's about here? Your former teammate, Ray Searage.
Yeah, Ray Searage. Back in 1984, I believe it was. Ray Searage, a left-handed pitcher. 84, 85, and 86. He had 8 saves as a Milwaukee Brewer. One of the funniest men I've ever known. And he doesn't even try to be funny. He's always got a smile on his face.
Well, it was a pretty one-way conversation on the mound. Brought his infielders in. Nigel Morgan, the hitter, with 1 out. Ryan Braun is on deck. Brewers would love to give Braun a chance here with men on. Morgan tonight is 0 for 2. Five straight balls from James McDonald. Six in a row. 2 balls, no strikes on Morgan. James McDonald, the difference for him this year as opposed to the rest of his career, he's been throwing strikes. He's kept his walks down as Morgan takes a strike. The most he's walked in a game this year, 5. He did that against Houston, but he went 7 innings in that game and picked up a win.
That's a couple of starts ago.
Back on July 2nd, and the Pirates had a big lead in that game. 2-2.
You're not going to be able to have an earned run average like McDonald by walking a lot of batters, and he has not. Maybe a little bit out of sorts here tonight. First game back after the All-Star break.
Big spot for Morgan with Braun coming up next. Brewers down 2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Pirates just put 4 on the board in the top of the frame. Morgan should get something he can handle here. And a fastball bounce. Barmes lays out to second for the out.
Man,
oh, he has made a couple of beautiful plays, Clint Barmes.
That looked like a base hit off the bat, but Barmes not only able to get there, but get a very accurate throw over to Neil Walker at second base to get the force. That's a heck of a play. Nigel doing a nice job trying to shoot that hole over there. There's that guy again. Barmes able to backhand it from his knees, able to make a good throw to second. That's a tremendous play.
His momentum still swinging him around. Boy,
right
just
on the money.
did get Aoki.
Yep.
Takes a lot of confidence to make a play like that, because a bad throw is going to result in a run. Barmes has been a game changer so far for the Pirates. Ryan Braun with 2 on. And Rod Barajas will make a trip to the mound. Braun homered in the 1st inning. His National League leading 25th home run of the season. This is where he ranks coming into play today post All-Star break. Leads the league at homers. He's 2nd in total bases and RBIs. Only Beltran has more runs batted in than Ryan Braun.
Doing a nice job backing up his MVP season a year ago, and this continues to get better year after year.
Oh, a shot back up the middle, a base hit. Undressing James McDonald on the mound. Braun with a bullet, an RBI single, and the Brewers are within a run.
Yeah, just a nice easy swing. I mean, that ball just jumps off his bat. Bat speed at the point of contact, not a lot of unnecessary movement before he swings it. And look at the extension. You talk about leverage. Ryan Braun starts high, down and through the baseball, and an RBI. Man alive.
That ball went out much faster than it came in as Maldonado scores a run. And now 2 on for Ramirez. A chance at retribution here for Ramirez quickly. His last turn at the plate, he grounded out with the bases loaded in the second inning. Takes a curveball strike.
Man, look at the way. I mean, that's a perfect swing. The shot on the right, you take a picture of that, send that to every Little League team in the country, and that's how you hit. And look at the extension on the left. Head down, able to get the arms extended on the pitch. It's outer half. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that swing. That's perfect. And a lot of guys can do that in BP. You know, do that in the cage, put together a swing like that. But when you're in the heat of it, you got a crowd in the ballpark, you've got men on base, and just continues to be able to repeat that swing every time up.
The ability to stay calm, stay relaxed.
And trust his abilities and trust his hands more importantly than anything else. And that never really panics up at the plate. Just another day at the office.
Now Braun is 2 for 2 with the walk, giving Ramirez a chance with 2 on.
And it looks easy from up here. It looks easy on television. It looks easy from the stands, but it is not. Tough to do what he does every day.
2 balls and a strike. And Ramirez lifts one in the air. Leaving a ton of runners on tonight. Ramirez so far flies out. The beautiful swing of Ryan Braun brings the Brewers within a run.
Well, 5-4, Pittsburgh leading the Brewers here at Miller Park. First game after the All-Star break, and tonight's time of the game winner, Dooley's Pub in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Brewers are within a run now after the RBI single by Braun. 5-4 Pirates as Garrett Jones leads off for the Buccos. Garrett Jones, Casey McGee, and Pedro Alvarez. against Zach Greinke. His pitch counts at 81 now. Cruising along until the third inning. Gave up an unearned run in the third, and then it got away from him in the fourth inning, giving up 4 runs, all with 2 outs in the fourth inning. Remember, Greinke is 15-0 lifetime at Miller Park.
Hasn't very often trailed in the game here.
Swing and a miss. Jones strikes out for the first out of the 5th inning. Number 4 for Greinke. AT&T Trivia: which 2 teams did Red Faber face in his 3 straight starts in 1917? And it was a doubleheader against the Tigers. And then the next day, he pitched against the Browns. So he pitched in the doubleheader, and he pitched poorly in both games. He didn't last long in either game. Like an inning in a third, one game, and maybe 3 innings in another.
And then a complete game.
And they were so mad at him, they said, we pay you to pitch, start and finish games. Get back out there. And he went the distance against the Browns.
Well, they used the whole bullpen. What was it, 3 guys down there?
That's right.
They didn't have bullpens back then.
Red Faber. Adam McCalvey was reporting that there's a Wisconsin tie with Red Faber. He married a Wisconsin girl.
Nice.
Just to bring it all home. So it's Zach Greinke and Red Faber. Swing and a miss as McGee chased a big looping breaking ball from Greinke. Always good to see Casey McGee, fan favorite here still. Now in a Pirates uniform. Fastball strike right on the outside corner, and McGee is rung up. Back-to-back Ks.
Hey, come out to Miller Park as the Brewers take on the Cardinals Monday through Wednesday of next week. Call 414-902-4000 or visit Brewers.com today.
Well, Zach Greinke could use a quick inning here. He has 2 strikeouts to start the 5th. And here is Pedro Alvarez, who is 0 for 2. Alvarez flew out to left his last time up. Greinke got him to ground out in the 2nd inning. He's been a hot hitter for the Pirates and hitting with a ton of power. 16 home runs for Alvarez. 8 of those coming in the last 3 weeks. That's 50 runs batted in. That one's hit high and deep right center. That is way back. Way gone. Pedro Alvarez with a solo homer. And it's 6-4 Pittsburgh. And you're starting to see what the Pittsburgh Pirates have been doing a lot of this year.
Yep, all of a sudden, the last month, they've been really swinging the bats. Falling behind 3-0. They don't get their heads down. They just continue to pound away. That's the first time this year that Zach Greinke has given up more than 1 home run. He's only given up 7. First time he's given up 2 in a game. And that's a no doubt a quick hands by Pedro Alvarez on the pitch in.
Rod Barajas up there hacking away. Pirates have scored in each of the last 3 innings against Zach Greinke, and all 6 runs coming with 2 outs. It's the second 2-out homer he's given up. Neil Walker got him last inning. Veteran catcher Rod Barajas. Pirates have Mike McHenry as their backup. Barajas gets most of the work. One for 2 tonight. Barajas sent Nigel Morgan back to the wall in the 2nd inning. Morgan made a nice catch on him. And then he singled a little flare in the right field that started the rally for the Pirates last inning. Two and two. Doesn't bite.
Pirates have laid off that slider from Greinke. For a team that's very aggressive and strikes out a lot, they really haven't been chasing that slider off the plate. A lot of teams do.
Barajas has been a little banged up. He's had a left knee injury. Trying to play through it. Swing and a miss. Greinke strikes him out with a fastball. Strikes out the side, but Pedro Alvarez with a home run gives the Buccos a 2-run lead as we go to the fifth. Pirates are banging away here at Miller Park. They lead 6-4. First game of the second half. First game of a 6-game homestand. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder, Telly Hughes. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see if the Brewers can claw their way back now. Not just in this game, but for this season in this pennant race. Greinke has given up 6 runs on 7 hits.
He might be done for the night.
James McDonald has not been sharp, but he's sitting in a winning position right now, and he has been able to streamline it after a ton of pitches early.
Pirates have been scoring a lot of runs for this guy, and tonight he's needed them, but he hasn't needed them all that often.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Corey Hart. He was 2 for 2 tonight against McDonald. McDonald has issued 4 walks thus far. Uncharacteristic of him this season. And he strikes out Corey Hart. That's his best curveball that he has shown in a 2-strike count. That's his money pitch.
Well, you would figure at some point he's going to find it. And that straight over the top goes straight down. That's called a true curveball right there. It's because of that curveball that he's able to get away with the high fastball. That's what Bert Blyleven used to do with his big curveball. Big curveball, high fastball, tough for a hitter to read out of his hand.
You hear that referred to as a 12-6 curveball if you think about the numbers on a clock. Starts at the 12, drops down to the 6th position, straight down.
Rotation. It's like a tire as it rolls. Tough to throw it for a strike, though. But it's a pretty good swing and a miss pitch. That's what made Ben Sheets so tough.
That's 0-2 on Weeks now. As McDonald drops another hammer on him. This is what the Brewers didn't want to have happen. Get McDonald locked in on the mound. The Pirates down 3-0 after the first inning. Got 4 in the 4th inning, just added 1 in the 5th. Of the 6 runs, all but 1 is earned against Greinke. Jose Veras, the former Pirate. Two to Weeks. Laid off the curveball that time. Ton of curveballs from McDonald against Ricky Weeks.
Yeah, he's found it all of a sudden, but again, it's tough to throw for a called strike as big of a break it has. If you lay off, you're pretty much going to be all right.
Oh, almost hit him with it. And Weeks draws the walk. On base for the 2nd time, and now the tying run will bat. Some notes around the league. Injuries are a factor, but some comebacks tonight. Matt Kemp is back in the lineup tonight on the disabled list with a hamstring injury. Jacoby Ellsbury is back tonight for the Red Sox. Carl Crawford will be returning soon as well. And how about that story? Ben Sheets.
Yeah.
He will start for the Braves against the Mets on Sunday. That's going to be something to follow there, the former Brewer.
Yeah, decimated with injuries in that starting rotation. Ben Sheets was down in the minor leagues for a couple of appearances. He got hit pretty good, but he says he feels good, and I'm going to give him a shot.
Sheets went to the Oakland Athletics after his time with the Brewers and then was injured. Thought he might be done for his career. But after a couple of years lay off, he's back.
He said he was messing around at home. Felt as though his arm was feeling good again and said, I'm going to go back. I'm going to make a comeback. And lo and behold, he's going to be making a start in the big leagues.
How many major league comebacks begin with a backyard session with the pitchback, with your little league son's pitchback?
You might be surprised these days.
Gonna burn a hole in that thing.
There weren't too many better than Ben Sheets when he was right.
He worked fast, had a great curveball. I mean, one of the best curveballs ever.
And he could throw hard.
Scouts have a ranking system for various skill set. Like they would rank it 1 through 8. You know, Roberto Clemente's arm, was an 8 arm in the outfield. And that number 8 is kind of the holy grail for a scout. Trevor Hoffman had an 8 changeup. Well, Ben Sheets had a 7 curveball, which is saying something.
And his father had an 8 jambalaya out in the parking lot.
Oh.
You'd have liked him.
Yeah, well, good luck to Ben Sheets. Always enjoyed being around Ben, and he had some good years for Milwaukee. He'll get his chance Sunday for the Braves. It's a good place for him to pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Ransom. Looking for a mistake here from McDonald. Brewers have had their chances. Stranded the bases loaded in the 2nd, left 2 on in the 4th. And a fastball strike. Down goes Cody Ransom. He was looking for a breaking ball and got fooled. So back-to-back strikeouts, or the 2 outs via the strikeout in this inning. And now Martin Maldonado.
And because he's been able to find his curveball, he's been able to strike out a couple of batters, his first 2 of the night.
Maldonado has 2 hits off McDonald tonight. A couple of long at-bats. His first at-bat went 11 pitches in the second inning. Martin Maldonado, a 25-year-old catcher, hitting just 198 in AAA Nashville at the time of his promotion. Been a much better hitter in the big leagues. Big strike 2. If Maldonado reaches, Greinke will not bat. They'll send the pinch hitter out. Wondering if he's going to come out to pitch if Maldonado does not reach. That would be the question. Doesn't look like it. Greinke's on the rail, and looks like Veras is ready.
Been an interesting 7 days for Zach Greinke.
Made 3 starts. Took a loss. He threw just 4 pitches in Houston and took a loss in that game. And on the hook here tonight. Maldonado back up the middle with his 3rd hit. A nemesis hitter tonight against James McDonald. Keeps the inning alive.
Yeah, picked on a high breaking pitch and didn't try and pull it. He banged it right back through the middle. Batting average for Maldonado starting to creep north on a hanging curveball. Good approach, didn't try and pull it. He stayed back nicely and able to get himself a base hit.
Well, Clint Hurdle is going to make a change here. Travis Ishikawa was announced as the pinch hitter. And the Pirates will go to the bullpen as Jared Hughes will enter. We'll take a timeout. Set him up when we come back. Well, Zach Greinke is out. He'll be lifted for a pinch hitter here. James McDonald unable to go 5 in this game. So the Brewers chase McDonald after 4 2/3. And Clint Hurdle's going to his bullpen early here. Rock. Jared Hughes comes on in the bottom of the 5th inning. Brewers have 2 on, and Ishikawa coming to the plate.
Well, the rookie, he leads all National League rookies out of the bullpen with those 33 appearances. Great numbers for Hughes. A 2.09 earned run average and a 222 opponent batting average. He's given up the 3 home runs. He has been very tough on right-handers and hasn't been too bad against lefties as well.
Ishikawa 3 for 19 as a pinch hitter, has 4 RBIs. And he shoots out into left center. A base hit. Weeks falls down. Gets back up. He'll score easily. Maldonado to third. Ishikawa. A pinch hit. RBI single.
And not messing around. Picking on the first pitch.
6-5 Pittsburgh. The Brewers are back within a run.
And finally something that Barmes couldn't eat up. Ishikawa hit it hard to the opposite field and drives in the run, so the Brewers aren't going away. Able to battle back. And now that brings up the top of the order. There's that sinker up in the strike zone. Our Pizza Hut delivery of the game coming off the bench. Travis Ishikawa with 2 outs driving in a run. Now 6-5.
That run will belong to James McDonald. At this point, 5 runs, 4 earned. And here is Aoki. So the 2 starters tonight, Greinke and McDonald, 2 of the bigger all-star snubs via the first half, struggling in their start this evening. Travis Ishikawa with his 5th RBI off the bench this year.
And not messing around. He got a pitch to hit, and he took advantage of it. Got to make Hughes get the ball up. He likes to sink the fastball and get his ground balls.
Maldonado and Ishikawa on the bases. Tying run at third base. And Aoki takes a strike from Hughes. Aoki has walked twice tonight. He's sitting on a 15-game hit streak, hoping to extend it right here. And he takes strike 2. That is a power sinker from Jared Hughes. 94 miles an hour. Second year in the big leagues. Pitched in just 12 games last year, but he has been a force in their bullpen and middle relief this year. An ERA of 2.09. 2-2 to Aoki. Did he go? Yes, he did. And down he goes to end the inning.
Terry Lane called it himself.
So the Brewers strand 2 more. But they pull within a run. It is now 6-5 as Travis Ishikawa drives in the 5th run. And we go to the 6th inning.
Enjoy your snack break courtesy of Dallas Berry owned and operated Sendik's Food Market. Remember, your game day destination is one of the 10 Dallas Berry owned and operated Sendik's Food Market. When you see that red bag, you know it's quality.
It's Pittsburgh with a 6-5 lead over the Brewers in the top of the 6th inning, and Pittsburgh has been in first place this late, but they have been either tied or a half game. But the last time The Pittsburgh Pirates have been in first place all by themselves by at least one game. It was July 15th, 1997. And if you want to just go back in the time machine, just check out some of the things that was going on back then. Look at the AL and the NL MVPs. You had Larry Walker of the Rockies, Ken Griffey Jr. That's when he was with the Mariners. Look at the Cy Young Awards winners. You had Pedro Martinez with the Montreal Expos. I know there are people that don't even know Montreal ever had a team, but you had Roger Clemens with the Toronto Blue Jays, the AL and NL Rookies of the Year. Neither one of these guys are still playing. Well, actually, Nomar's not playing, but Scott Rowland is now with Cincinnati, and the NLCS and the World Series MVP, Livan Hernandez, a current Brewer. Livan Hernandez helped lead the Marlins over the Cleveland Indians in the 1997 World Series. And also, BA, gas was only $1.22 back then. That's pretty cool.
That's good, Tally. That's good. You know, you bring up that 97 World Series, you ruffle the feathers of Davey Nelson a little bit, who was a coach on that Indians team. Jose Veras will take over as we move to the 6th inning. This has been one of those games, boy. Pirates have one of the better pitching staffs in the league. You figure you've got Zach Greinke on the mound. If you score 5 runs against the Pirates, you should be able to win the ball game. But the Pirates have come out swinging the bats. They've chased Greinke after 5 innings. 6 runs against Greinke on 7 hits, including 2 home runs.
Yeah. Well, season high runs against James McDonald. That's a pretty good job by the Brewers offense. Yeah, both starting pitchers appeared to be a little bit out of sync tonight. And you hope the Brewers bullpen can right the ship, keep the Pirates off the board, and then put a W on the board here.
Clint Barmas has had a great night. Has a hit that continued to rally in the 4th. He's made 2 great defensive plays as well. One of them started a double play. Pops this one up. Foul territory for Hart. And Veras gets his first man. Hey, a reminder, Packers training camp starts in less than 2 weeks. Paul Imig is analyzing one of the team's positions each weekday leading up to its start of the practice time. You can check out the tight ends preview now. Check up with the rest of the series at foxsportswisconsin.com. Starting with the tight ends. Matt Hague will pinch hit for the Pirates. So Jared Hughes was just on to get through that mess in the 5th. Hague, pinch hitter, 4 hits this year, 4 for 12. You know, Veras wants to show well here against his former team. Brewers and the Pirates making a deal this offseason. Casey McGee for Jose Veras.
Well, first half, it all came down for Veras to being able to throw the curveball for strikes when he did. He was very effective when he couldn't. You know, hitters were just sitting on that fastball.
Big fastball from Veras.
94, 95 miles an hour, but everything works off the curveball for Veras.
Basically, the Brewers and the Pirates trading away players out of a position of strength to fill a need. Brewers needed bullpen help after LaTroy Hawkins and Takashi Saito both left via free agency. Saito went to the Diamondbacks. Hawkins went to the Angels. So that left a hole in the 7th inning. And Veras was hired to be that guy, but it has not worked out that way for him. Casey McGee has started to hit lately. Tonight starting at first base. You don't see divisional trades very often.
No.
General managers are always a little leery to do that, but this one was a perfect fit in the offseason. And 2 players that had some question marks moving into the season as well. Hague slaps one to Weeks. And there is out number 2. Well, the minor leagues are all in play. Back at it into their stretch drive. Many in the second half. Willie Peralta, the Pacific Coast League pitcher of the week. He's putting it together down in AAA Nashville, and a guy you might see here in the big leagues. 2 wins last week, 12 strikeouts, and did not allow an earned run.
You might see Willie Peralta up here in September.
Hunter Morris, Southern League batter of the week. Boy, he is having a great year in Huntsville.
4 homers.
Our stats man, Mike Faulkner, he's been on the Hunter Morris watch all season. Finally cashed in for him in July as the Southern League hitter of the week. Picked up a big victory in his Southern League fantasy standings with Hunter Morris.
Had a lot of time to pour through the minor league statistics with the Brewers off for 4 days. Mike never takes time off.
No, he's always working at it. Top of the order, Drew Sutton. 2 hits, both doubles, both against Greinke. One of them drove in a run in the 4th. Just a little cue shot down the left field line in that 4th inning. That old phrase, a bloop and a blast. Well, for the Pirates in the 4th inning, it was 3 bloops and a blast.
Yeah.
And it produced 4 runs in the 4th, all with 2 outs.
But a good approach by Sutton, taking it to the opposite field. If he tried to pull that pitch, it would have been inning over. A lot of times you get rewarded with a good approach. You don't necessarily have to hit the ball hard, but you take a pitch away to the opposite field, pretty good chance you might get a base hit. Pretty good chance you won't get a hit if you try and pull it.
Swing and a miss. Maldonado puts the tag on him to secure it. And Veras, very impressive in the 6th, the 1-2-3 inning.
Proceeds support the community, and one of you will take home the other half. That's an amount of $11,303. Winning ticket number 1610311. You'll have until the top of the 7th to claim your prize at the 50-50 raffle table on the first base side of the Loge Level Concourse. And now, ladies and gentlemen, down the left field line, the world famous Clements Racing Sausages. They're number 1 Clements Peppers, number 2 Polo Sausage, 3 is the Italian Sausage, wearing number 4 Clements Hot Dog, and number 5 Clements Chorizo. Here on your favorite finish line just past the Brewers dugout. Here we go, sausages to your marks. Set, go. And right and Pirates style. On the inside, number 5, Chorizo. On the outside, number 3 is Clements Italian. The 2 in the middle, moving out. Polish looks sick. Wow. It looks like Chorizo is going to take it on this Italian. It was going to be a close one there. 21.64 seconds. It goes to Clements Chorizo. Polish is okay.
Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by the new Miller Lite Punch Top Can. It's Miller time. Roof is open. A beautiful night here in Milwaukee at Miller Park. A reminder, ladies, August 18th is Brewers All Access for Women, presented by Associated Bank. The event includes a game ticket, tailgate party, and an exclusive program. Learn more at brewers.com/access. New pitcher rock, Brad Lincoln. 23rd appearance of the season. The 3rd pitcher used by Hurdle tonight.
Well, you see that ERA under 3, but he's been outstanding as a reliever this year. A .33 earned run average out of the bullpen for Lincoln. That's outstanding.
6-5 Pirates. It'll be Morgan, Braun, and Ramirez due up. Nigel Morgan is 0 for 3. He's reached twice on fielders' choices. He's been stranded twice. Brewers in this game have stranded 9 base runners in the first 5 innings as Morgan takes a strike. Texan Brad Lincoln on the mound, 27 years of age. A swing man for the Pirates. Pirates have the best bullpen ERA in baseball. Lincoln's been that guy who's been able to fill in some spots in the rotation. He made 5 starts. But barely given up anything out of the pen, as Rock mentioned.
Yeah. Every team has a guy that can do both. Need him in an emergency, and he'll give you some good innings out of the bullpen. Those guys are hard to come by. It's either one or the other. You either do well as a starter or out of the bullpen, but Lincoln has figured out a way to be able to do both. Marco Estrada's like that.
Yep. And that's when the Brewers really were hurt with their depth, because Narveson out for the season had to move Estrada out of that swing role, which is such an important role. Goes unnoticed a lot, but managers certainly need a pitcher who can perform. As Morgan is hit by a pitch on a 2-2 count, Nigel Morgan is aboard, and the tying run is on for Ryan Braun here in the 6th inning.
Hey, take that any day with Ryan coming to the plate on a 2-strike pitch. That one gets Nigel right on the ankle bone, the inside of the back foot. Check that out, right above the actually right above the shin area.
Man, that had to hurt. That was flush.
That wasn't even close.
Now Braun will step in, representing the go-ahead run. He is 2 for 2 with a walk tonight. He's driven in runs with his 2 hits, a home run in the 1st inning, and an RBI single in the 4th. Time now for our AT&T Uverse Reverse Replay. Braun starting the 2nd half, his first at bat with a home run. That was in the 1st inning with 2 outs. His nationally leading 25th homer. Braun right now sitting on an OPS just under 1,000. He's at 996. Very impressive. Morgan goes. Barajas throw to second in time for the out. Morgan is caught stealing.
They can't do that, not with Ryan Braun at the plate. And Nigel Morgan taking off. He had a pretty good jump and a nice throw by Barajas. Ron Rennie doesn't appear to be all that happy about that. Decent lead, good jump, but look at the throw by Barajas. Nigel Morgan saying he got the hand in there. Nope. Good call.
Base is empty for Braun. That is a touchy subject, stealing or trying to steal bases with Braun at the plate. On one hand, if you make it, you're in scoring position, you're in a great spot. But
it's not touchy. If you make it, it's a great play. If you get thrown out, it's not a good play.
Renicky preaches aggressive base running, but Pirates would love for Nigel Morgan to be running as often as he wants with Ryan Braun up there. Three balls and a strike on Braun.
We say it all the time. You're always in scoring position on the bases with Ryan Braun at the plate.
Especially in this ballpark.
Well, you are.
Baseball got loose in the outfield. So a brief stoppage here. Three balls, one strike on Ryan Braun with Ramirez on deck. Fastball driven to right. Braun knows he got it. Tie ball game. Ryan Braun with his second homer of the night. Squares it at 6. No doubt about it. Like a bullet out of the ballpark.
Everything's the right field for Braun. Boy. That fastball away. He goes with it and knocks it out of here. Like I said, you're always in scoring position with Ryan Braun up there. Nice easy swing. Identical to the swing that we saw his last time up. Bats in a different location because the pitch is in a different spot.
Now Aramis Ramirez at the plate. It is a joy to watch him play baseball.
Yeah, one of the best that we've seen around here in Milwaukee.
Second homer of the game for Braun. His third hit of the night. He's been on base 4 times. Now 26 homers for the season. And 64 RBIs. He's an RBI shy of the National League leader Carlos Beltran.
The only difference in that swing and the one we showed you his last time up is the path, the bat path through the strike zone. It was a little bit more on an angle this time because it was down in the zone. The base hit that he got, it was more of a level swing because it was up in the zone. But the swing is identical.
Ramirez bounces to second base. And there's the second out of the inning. Well, you don't know how Brad Lincoln would pitch Braun had Morgan reach safely on the steal attempt. So you can't just say that it would have been a 2-run homer and the Brewers would have had a lead, because everything changes once the out is made. But once Braun got into a 3-1 count, Lincoln has a great fastball, and he tried to put one by Braun and it didn't work.
You can look at it another way. If he steals second base, then they might walk Braun.
Right.
I mean, it'd be pitch around him.
Exactly.
Which gives you the indication it might not be a good idea to steal because of that.
Corey Hart. By the way, that home run by Braun takes Zach Greinke off the hook, and he will remain undefeated at Miller Park. It's amazing.
Yeah, I told you, 213s equal themselves out.
Or they equal 26. Number 13 pitching on Friday the 13th, Zach Greinke. Didn't have his good stuff, gives up 6 runs, 5 earned, but will not suffer the loss here tonight and will remain undefeated. This one belongs to the bullpens now. The Pirates bullpen is their strength, and they keep coming at you with mid-90s fastballs from just about everyone out there, Lincoln included.
Yeah, the big fastball, the big curveball, just like McDonald.
Two to Hart, fouled away, hit it hard, but a little bit late. By the way, that home run for Ryan Braun, the second of the game, the 16th multi-homer game of his career, the 4th this season. Piling big numbers once again this year, Ryan Braun. Full count to Corey Hart. Hart has big power as well. 16 homers this year. The payoff. Back up the middle. Base hit. A 3-hit game for Corey Hart. The 6th inning is extended.
Yep, got a breaking ball, and just like Maldonado, able to bang it right back into center field. So Corey Hart, 2 of his 3 hits have come up the middle. And like we've been saying on Brewers Live today, talking about the keys to a good second half for Milwaukee. Supporting cast. The guys around the big 3 in the batting order. Now the big 3 have done it so far tonight.
Yeah, no question. Here's Weeks. Got a double and an RBI in the 1st inning. Put that fastball right by him. Weeks walked and scored in the 5th. Travis Ishikawa had a pinch hit RBI single. 2 outs in the 5th inning. Set the stage for Braun's game-tying homer. Well, this is a grinder tonight. A lot of offense. The Brewers have 6 runs on 11 hits. And Lincoln paying a lot of attention to Corey Hart. Hart has just 2 steals this year. Doesn't look like he wants to run. And now Rod Barajas is on his way out.
Realizing that down in the count, be careful with the fastball to Ricky. Ricky gives the Brewers a 2-run lead very quickly. You make a mistake. That's what that chat's about. You're going to throw the fastball. Let's not just throw it for a strike. Make it a good pitch. Question is, does he have confidence enough in his curveball to throw it on a 2-1 count? And perhaps saying, be careful with the guy at the plate. You've got a hitter on deck. I don't know if you'd rather face Cody Ransom or not.
Well, we'll see what Lincoln does with him here. He's thrown a lot of pitches in this inning. 2-1, and Weeks had a good one to hit. Had a great cut, but he just missed it.
A little bit of an uppercut. Tried to knock one out of here and fouled it straight back.
There is some violence in that swing.
These are the pitches right there when Ricky's going well that end up in the seat.
End up in somebody's windshield. 2-2. Popped him up. Shallow right. Long run. Walker's out. And he's got it in foul territory. Inning is over, but Ryan Braun strikes again. His 2nd homer of the game. This time, it's a game tire. Check the game summary as we have played 6 innings here at Miller Park. Brought to you by Toyota. Ryan Braun is 3 for 3 with a couple of homers. And he just tied the game in the bottom of the 5th inning. Zach Greinke struggled, making starts in 3 consecutive games for the Brewers, which has never been done by a National League pitcher. Greinke has 3 starts that aren't so memorable for him, but the Brewers took him off the hook. His 15-0 record at Miller Park will stay intact. And now it's going to be Manny Parra in for Jose Veras, who worked a scoreless inning.
Yeah, he was the winning pitcher on Sunday at Houston. He pitched a perfect 9th inning. And Manny Parra, it's all about getting that fastball over for an early strike and getting to the split-fingered fastball. He's got the tough part of the order coming up here in the 7th.
That outing by Parra on Sunday about as good as he has looked all season in an inning. I mean, he dominated the Astros in his scoreless inning. Let's see if he can carry that over. It's been an up and down year for him, and I think the Brewers knew that coming in with Parra. He missed all of last season. Matter of fact, he faced 1 batter the entire season. That was in spring training. Had some bone spurs removed from his elbow and then had a bad back. But he is out of options. Ideally, the Brewers would probably have liked to had him go to AAA, pitch there, get some confidence, work on a few things. But had they done that, they would have exposed him to the waiver wire, and any major league team could have picked him up, and certainly with his stuff they would have snatched him up. Parra has great stuff. There's never been a question about that. Neil Walker leads off, the switch hitter, turns around, hits right-handed. He clubbed a 3-run homer left-handed off Greinke in the 4th.
All 7 of his home runs have come as a left-handed batter.
Three balls and a strike on Walker. Parra picking up the win on Sunday, his first of the year, 1-3 now. And he loses Neil Walker. That is a no-no in front of Andrew McCutchen. Walks the leadoff batter, and now a man who is making a run at an MVP in the National League this year will step in a tie ball game.
Fastball command imperative early in the count for Manny so that he can get to the split-fingered fastball. Really can't use it much when he's behind in the count because hitters aren't going to chase it.
And ball 1 to McCutchen.
And McCutchen has been very good against left-handers this year.
A .455 hitter against left-handed pitching.
That's not bad.
5 of his 18 homers. Parra's a little different kind of left-hander. He is struggling with his command right now, and that puts him in a bad spot. Got to be ahead to get the swing and the miss.
Yeah.
Parra's never been, he's actually been more effective against right-handed hitters throughout his career than lefties because of that split finger fastball.
He just started this year to throw it to lefties, which has kind of neutralized the disadvantage that he had against lefties. He didn't throw it before.
Tough to double him up, McCutchen. He has to hit something right at an infielder with something on it. He runs well. A shot through the hole, a base hit. And not a good start to the 7th inning for Manny Parra. A walk and a single, and the Pirates are in business here in the 7th.
2-0 fastball, and not too many pitchers are going to be able to get away with many 2-0 fastballs down the middle, and McCutchen able to bang it into left field.
So it'll be Garrett Jones now. Jones is 0 for 3. Parra misses on the first offering to Jones. For so many years, Garrett Jones was stuck behind Justin Morneau with the Twins. He was putting up huge numbers in AAA in the International League, but there was no room at the end in the big leagues. Out in front, pops it foul and out of play.
There's a good breaking ball from Manny down in the count 1-0. We talked about Manny using that split-fingered fastball against lefties, and because of that, his numbers have been much better this year.
Opponent's batting average of just 192. Left-handed hitters against Manny Parra. Much improved from his time as a starting pitcher with the Brewers. And he's facing a lot of lefties as well. He's not necessarily a situational left-hander. Roenicke likes to use all of his relievers an inning at a time if they're going well.
And throughout his career, I think the advantage a left-handed pitcher has against a left-handed hitter is neutralized with Manny because he throws right over the top and his fastball is pretty straight.
In the air, left center. Braun is there. Runners are going to tag. Braun's got a good arm, and he fires a strike to third base. That keeps Walker right where he is. It's the other part of Braun's game that goes underappreciated at times because of his great offensive skills.
Yep, puts himself in good position. He got his momentum toward third base and threw a one-hop strike. There's not much he doesn't do well out on the baseball field.
He's putting on a show tonight, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Usually does.
So the first out for Parra, and a big one at that. Now Casey McGee. Well, you know, McGee would love to deliver a big blow against his old team. Brewers fans can remember how McGee fared against the Chicago Cubs all those years. He terrorized the Cubs. Now, twice in his career, he has been sent elsewhere because of Aramis Ramirez, as Parra deals a strike. It was Aramis Ramirez with the Cubs. No playing time for Casey, so the Brewers picked him up. Brewers signed Aramis Ramirez this offseason. No room for Casey. A trade to the Pirates.
But he's landed on his feet both times.
Maldonado keeps it in front. Well done.
And just like Aramis Ramirez, Casey McGee loves the National League Central.
They're just kind of following each other around, aren't they? He's one of the great guys, Casey McGee. Tell you what, great teammate.
Yeah, great family that he has. And starting to swing the bat pretty well for the Pirates.
Parra would love a ground ball right at an infielder. 1-2. Glove down. Oh, it's a long way down there, too. She'll get it back. Oh no, he's upset. He'll get it back.
Yeah.
Sister trying to pick him up. Swing and a miss. Parra strikes out McGee.
That back-to-back split-fingered fastballs for Manny. Oh, what a difference in Manny when he gets ahead in the count. You get hitters to chase that pitch. Not only off the outside corner. It takes a little bit off, and Casey out in front.
Ryan Braun's on it. There you go, son. No crying in baseball.
I'd be bummed too. I lost my glove out there.
Swing and a miss. Alvarez, a big hack. Another one. 0-2 the count. I don't know a pitcher in baseball that is more affected by being up or down in a count than Manny Parra. He's got Pedro Alvarez down in the count, 0-2. 2 on for the Pirates. He had a good cut. That one he left up. Fortunate to get that one back.
Yeah. Well, when Manny puts a hitter in a position that he has to protect the plate, he's able to throw that splitter out of the strike zone. That's when he's effective. When he has to throw strikes, that's when he's not.
Alvarez against lefties this year, a .203 hitter, 3 of his 17 homers against left-handers. The 0-2 pitch, and he pops it foul in the seats. Alvarez homered his last time up. That extended the Pirates' lead to 6-4. But the Brewers put a single tally on the board in the 5th. Courtesy of Ishikawa, and then a home run by Braun in the 6th to tie it. Parra issuing a walk and a hit to start the inning, a chance to get out of it. The 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Short start by Greinke tonight. 5 innings, giving up 5 earned runs. Neither starter will factor in the decision tonight. James McDonald lasted just 4 2/3. Gave up 4 earned runs. Do it again. Another 2-strike offering. And Alvarez doesn't bite this time.
You've seen a lot of those split-fingered fastballs. Able to lay off. Anytime you call a splitter, you know you're going to have to block it. At least those are the good ones that end up in the dirt.
Alvarez's home run back in the 5th inning came on a 2-strike pitch. Got him. Manny Parra gets out of it. Strikes out McGee and Alvarez. Pirates put 2 on to start the inning. Cannot score.
Pirates are at the Brewers Saturday at 5:30 p.m. It is going to be very warm and humid with a thunderstorm around. Our first pitch, 88 degrees, and we can expect winds on the fairly light side out of the northeast around 5 to 10 miles per hour at Miller Park.
All right, Valerie, thanks. And our Miller Lite What's on Tap. Brewers Pirates tomorrow and Sunday, the final game of the series with the Buccos, and then the Cardinals come to town Monday. 6-game homestand to start the second half. And the pitching matchups have been announced for the rest of this series. Estrada tomorrow against Kevin Correa, and then Giovanni Gallardo against A.J. Burnett on Sunday.
Yeah, Burnett's been throwing well.
Which means for the Cardinals series, the Brewers will have Fiers, Wolf, and Greinke. Cody Ransom will lead off for the Brew Crew. 6-6 ball game as we play in the bottom of the 7th. And Brad Lincoln's still out there. Lincoln giving Clint Hurdle some innings here. He did give up the home run to Braun. Pitching in his second inning. A lot of pitches for Lincoln in the 6th inning. 28 pitches. Falls behind Cody Ransom 2-0. Brewers are at the bottom of their batting order with Ransom, Maldonado, and then a pinch hitter coming up. Might see Jeff Bianchi for the first time. Ransom looking for his first hit. Not only was he robbed of a hit in the 3rd inning by Clint Barmas, but Barmas turned it into a double play to end the inning. Popped him up in foul territory for McGee. And there's the first out. Brad Lincoln comes back from a 3-0 count to retire the leadoff man.
Just a little tick behind that fastball and a 3-1 pitch. And an easy out for Casey McGee.
Martin Maldonado at the plate tonight, presented by Wendy's. 3 hits. They've been great at bats, all of them. Maldonado singled off James McDonald on a 10-pitch at bat. Next time up, the same thing, a battle for 2 strikes.
And there's probably the best of the 3. The curveball he's able to wait back on, kept the hands back, and banged it into center field.
What fooled the lower body did not fool the hands.
That's right. Keep the hands back, you've got a chance. If the hands drift and you're out in front, you really have no chance. Sounds like an instructional.
That is a good one. Hey, and there's a 4th hit for Martin Maldonado, the first of his career. Have a night, Martin. 4 singles for the Brewer catcher.
Up the middle 3 times and then into right field. Outstanding job by Maldonado. The way the hands stay inside the baseball, nice and close to the body, and the hands lead the barrel of the bat. He got it down on the trademark just a little bit, but because he had a good approach and a nice level swing, he's able to hit it hard into right field. You don't have to hit it on the sweet spot all the time. Just keep that bat in the hitting zone as long as you can.
Major League debut for Jeff Bianchi, just called up from AAA Nashville, and he'll get his chance with a man on. Bianchi came up in the Royals system. The Cubs picked him up, thought he might be able to help him at the big league level. He couldn't, and so they exposed him, took him off the roster, exposed him on waivers, and the Brewers signed him. Saw a little bit of him in spring training this year, but not a lot. His first big league at bat in a tie game at Miller Park. When you know the Butterflies have to be just fluttering about for Jeff Bianchi.
Well, they ordinarily do until you get that first at bat out of the way, and he comes up in a tough spot. A 300 hitter down in AAA.
He was hitting .305 in 51 games at AAA. Started the year in Double-A. If you combine his numbers between Double-A and Triple-A this year, 70 games and a .319 batting average. Doesn't hit for a lot of power. He's a singles hitter. And 1 homer and 19 RBIs combined between Double-A and Triple-A. Will be a utility infielder off the bench for the Brewers. 2-2. Trying to keep things as normal as he can, I'm sure.
Yeah. Sometimes it's difficult, but the good ones are able to, take all the ancillary stuff that's around them and forget about it and just pretend like they're back in AAA and get base hits.
Just pretend like that third deck isn't up there.
Right. No third deck, no big scoreboard, no Bernie slide, no roof.
No Bill Schroeder.
That's his biggest concern.
Let's see if he can make a memory here. Full count. Jeff Bianchi in his first big league at bat. All tied at 6 in the bottom of the 7th. And a swing and a miss. Lincoln powers a fastball by him. A strikeout. Second out of the inning. And back to the top of the order we go, and Nori Aoki.
Man, well placed fastball in the outside corner, and Bianchi a little behind it. He's got good light to his fastball. When he throws a curveball over, it could be even more effective. You saw him throw it right by Cody Ransom. He popped up on a 3-1 pitch.
So here is Nori Aoki. Still looking for his first hit of the night. He is sitting on a 15-game hit streak. Oh, had a big cut. These are the spots where Aoki tries to make everyone remember he's not just a spray singles hitter.
They're trying to shoot for that short porch out there and right. It's going to be tough for Maldonado to score on anything that stays in the ballpark.
Aoki bunts one foul. And now he's down 0-2. Six game as we play in the home 7th. Brad Lincoln in his second inning. Maldonado takes off, and the throw to second is late. How about that? Martin Maldonado.
Why not?
Not being held on, steals second base, his first of the season.
A little bit different situation now. All Aoki has to do is find the outfield grass, you would think. Unless it's a hard hit ball right at an outfielder. Kind of a walking lead, and he's able to steal it. Have a night.
First stolen base of his career to go along with a 4-hit night. The 1-2, and Aoki takes a ball. This will be a day that Martin Maldonado remembers. He hung around Milwaukee during the All-Star break. Spent a little time at the Dells.
Yeah, there you go. Good spot to be, especially when it's hot.
First Brewer catcher to have a 4-hit game since George Gutierrez did it last September. And he is the go-ahead run. Can Aoki deliver with 2 outs? 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a liner foul into the seats.
Kind of surprised that Lucroy hasn't had a 4-hit game this year. As many hits as he's had. There he is. Wishes he could be up right now. No Brewer is better in these situations than Lucroy this year.
He was leading the National League in batting average with runners in scoring position when he was injured. We'll do it again. Another 2-2. And Aoki lays off full count. It was 0-2. And now Aoki's back in the count. Maldonado will be off with a crack of the bat with 2 outs. Payoff pitch. Aoki, a bouncer to Barmas. And that's that. So the Brewers get a hit from Maldonado, his 4th of the game. Unable to score him. It's still tied at 6.
Six game as we go to the top of the 8th inning here at Miller Park. The Pirates and the Brew Crew. Time to get social with you at our Twitter handle, of course, at FS Wisconsin. We had a pretty good one tonight, of course. Ryan Braun handing his 16th career multi-home run game. He had 2 tonight, of course, 2 solo shots. And Jason wanted to know who has the most multi-home run games in Brewer history and where does Braun rank? Well, he ranks 3rd on the list. Prince Fielder has 22. Gorman Thomas 2nd with 19. So there's your answer as Ryan Braun continues to climb up the ladder of another record book here with the Milwaukee Brewers. So good questions, a lot of interaction tonight on Braun's second half of the season questions as well. So we encourage you to keep in contact through Twitter. Brian?
All right, Craig, thanks. Saw Gorman Thomas before the game tonight, looking spry as always.
Yeah, Gorman and Jim Gantner out in the field. Jimmy suited up, Gorman was not.
Here's K-Rod. Frankie Rodriguez will handle the 8th. Yeah, there's a good logo, right? 1982. Harvey's Wallbangers. Brewers winning a division last year for the first time since the 82 Brewers did it. 29 years between division titles. And they're finding it very tough to repeat. Brewers starting the day 8 back of their opponent tonight, the Pirates. 6-6 game of the 8th. K-Rod starts Rod Barajas with strike 1. Bottom of the order coming up. Barajas, Barmas, and then you'll see a pinch hitter most likely.
K-Rod last pitched on Sunday against the Astros in that Brewers extra inning win. Pitched a perfect 8th inning, did K-Rod. Had a strikeout.
slices it in the seats. 1-2 on Rod Barajas, the Pittsburgh catcher. Barajas and K-Rod were teammates briefly in 2010. Barajas ended up being traded to the Dodgers that year. K-Rod, of course, traded to the Brewers the next season, last season. Frankie Rodriguez. That is a name that has been hot and heavy in the trade circles, the rumor mill. A lot of scouts are here tonight as well to check out K-Rod. All-time single season saves leader.
And Barajas doesn't get cheated up there, doesn't he? He is max effort every time he swings that bat. He's been a tough out tonight. K-Rod working him away. Nothing even close to the inner half of the plate.
The Pirates are his 8th team. His first year with the Pirates. 1-2 pitch to Barajas. And it's down in the dirt. Nice block back there by Maldonado. Another 2-strike offering. Well, that one barely made the dirt. Full count now. You never know what K-Rod does for effect. Not saying he spiked one in the dirt like that, but it is amazing how he can pull it together at times with that violent motion. And I think for a hitter, it's so distracting to think he could throw one 58 feet. And yet come back and
paint
put
the
one
outside
right
corner.
on the corner. Exactly.
Right. Yep.
Effectively wild. 3-2. And he missed. And it's ball 4. A leadoff walk. And this inning begins just like the 7th. Ho-Chunk Gaming text question tonight. How important are the next 9 games for the Brewers? Jason in Whitewater wants to know. Well, it could be the season. Could determine what direction the Brewers are going. And you figure it's going to have to be a 7-2 run. You don't want to put a number on it. The Brewers, they need a winning streak if they're going to get back in it.
Yeah, it's all about getting back to 500 and seeing where you are at that point. I mean, there's really no sense in looking at the standings until you're able to take care of business yourself, get to 500, and then look and see where everybody's at.
Corky Hernandez, the pinch runner, defensive specialist, as Barmes tries to bunt and fouls that one off of Maldonado. Yeah, it's not just the fact that the Brewers are playing 9 straight games within their division, but these are all the teams that are ahead of them in the division as well. See where that got Maldonado. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. Not many spots on Maldonado that are not protected, but that was one of them.
Barmes squaring early, and it's 1-1.
Got to be tough to bunt on Francisco Rodriguez the way he, as you mentioned, I mean, he could paint the corner or throw one right in your ear hole. You don't know.
There's a bunt, foul. 1-2 the count. And does the strategy change for Clint Hurdle with a 2-strike count on Barmes? Gary Varsho is bench coach, Wisconsin native.
Well, one thing that you would think Hurdle's going to try to avoid is the double play ball. Barmes a 206 hitter. Not very good speed on the bases either.
See what he does. 1-2. Hernandez at first. He swings away and cuts right through it. A strikeout for Francisco Rodriguez. First out of the inning.
And blew it right by him, right on the outside corner. Good pitch by K-Rod. First out of the inning.
Going to have a pinch hitter here. Michael McHenry will bat, and Rick Kranitz on his way to offer a scouting report. Well, our instructional coming up on Brewers Live post-game show. Rock and Davey will break down the techniques and strategies of the game. What do we have tonight, Rock?
We're going to be talking about an outfielder fielding a ground ball and getting in position to throw. We saw that get or Sutton have a problem with that out in left field. Davey's going to talk about some of the things to think about and how you go after a baseball that's rolling and how you go after a baseball that's just in the ground, not rolling at all. And Sutton had to deal with both of them.
Yeah, Sutton committed an error that led to a run. All right. That will be the post-game instructional tonight. Here we are in the 8th inning. Michael McHenry will pinch hit and will stay in the game to catch. One gone. McHenry's the backup catcher. And here is that play in the outfield. It was a double by Weeks. One run was going to score, but watch Sutton.
First time it's rolling, the second time it's not, and he didn't handle it right either time. We will break that down for you. Isn't it beautiful the way that it all comes together down in the truck?
Production value.
It's not often you have examples of both on one play.
What will your role be in this particular instructional, Rock?
I may be the ball roller.
That's a valuable
Although if
position.
Davey's not able to get down like that, he may be the roller and I may be the demonstrator.
He'll be able to get down. It's getting back up. You may be the Davey picker-upper. And it won't be the quicker picker-upper either.
No, we'll both have a tough time.
Like a couple of guys climbing on a ski-doo in the lake.
Now we got two young guys in pretty good shape that could help us out, but that doesn't seem to ever happen.
Neither one of which played in the big leagues, unfortunately. Runner goes, and a bouncer foul off the foot of McHenry.
That was a well thought out response, by the way. Well done. You've been waiting for that, haven't you? You've been saving that for how many years?
Just saying, Rock. That's all part of the duties of an expert analyst. Picking up Davey.
Yeah, let Davey defend himself here.
Big pitch. Got a runner at first with one out. He stays put, and McHenry takes a ball. What? K-Rod's got a little life on his fastball over the last 3 weeks to a month.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in the mid 90s now. He's 93, 94.
Yeah, we saw him at 95 once, I believe, in this inning. And he will get up to that velocity if he has some time.
2-2 the count. And a check on first. He's gone. Picked him off. K-Rod with a quick move. He's slow to the plate, but a very quick move. They caught him leaning.
That looked like Hernandez wanted to run. And kind of run it in place. Very quick feet. Our Home Depot doing more in defense. That's a big lead. And Hernandez just not able to get back. And Vic Carapazza has been a big, busy man over there, ringing him up.
Well, now in a span of just a few seconds here, he could get out of this inning. 2-2 is the count. As McHenry fouls it away. A lot of ways to defend a running game.
You don't have to be quick to home plate. You don't have to throw hard. Just had to mix it up. Step off, hold the baseball, be quick to the plate once in a while, and make some throws over to first base. Not necessarily your best move right away.
We'll do it again. Another 2-2 pitch to the pinch hitter McHenry. Got him. K-Rod strikes him out to end the inning. Back-to-back Ks and a pickoff. And we head to the bottom of the 8th. Brewers are coming up right in the middle of their order.
Bottom of the 8th we go, 6-6 game, and we're getting ready for Brewers Live postgame coming up in just a couple of minutes. But I'll tell you what, Ryan Braun due up second this inning. They have not been able to keep Ryan Braun off base. Our Marshfield Clinic shining moment, Davey. He's got 2 home runs in this game already.
Oh, he hasn't missed a beat. He is right on everything. He's been on all 4 times. I tell you what, he's seeing the ball extremely well. I don't even think they can pitch to him in this inning.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Morgan does his first trip. He'll be due up first this inning. If he can get on base, that's got to be a big occurrence right there for Milwaukee.
It certainly will, and that's a big key. Whoever's going to hit, if Gomez will pinch hit here, I'm not sure, but yes, Gomez is going to pinch hit. So, I mean, it's a big key for him to get on base.
All right, we'll cover it all. Brewers Live coming up after the game, including interviews with the players and manager Ron Roenicke. Brian.
All right, Craig and Davey, thanks. And there's Tony Watson. Watson in the game, a new battery as well. You've got Mike McHenry who stayed in. He'll catch Watson, the left-hander, and called on to face Nyjer Morgan. And Roenicke counters with Carlos Gomez, who will pinch hit to start the bottom of the 8th. There's McHenry behind the plate, striking out to end the inning. K-Rod works a scoreless frame. Brewers bullpen has been sharp tonight. Ooh, big cut by Gomez.
Yeah, the only left-hander down in that bullpen for the Pirates, Tony Watson. Pretty good arm. That last one at 94 miles an hour.
Whoa, Gomez jumps out of the way. I don't know how he missed that pitch. I don't know how that pitch missed him. You could hear him yelp.
Yeah, he's got 4 days of sitting around doing nothing to make up for. A man in perpetual motion. Oh, he's got some life coming out of his hand.
I tell you what, the Pirates just
96.
They keep coming at you with velocity out of that bullpen. They've got Juan Cruz. They've got Jason Grilli. 2 more guys who are mid-90s. That's some acrobatics there.
Yeah.
It's like Cirque de Gomez.
That was a good job just not getting hit by that pitch.
2-2 with Ryan Braun waiting to hit next. In there again. Well, he certainly has Gomez jumping at the plate, literally jumping at the plate. Pitchers talk about moving the feet of the hitter. Watson's done that. The lone lefty in that Pirate bullpen. Gomez pops it up and chase ball 4. And there's the first out. Ryan Braun with 2 homers in this game and almost identical swings to deliver the 2 home runs. We put them one over the top of the other.
Yeah, just the difference. The only difference is the location of the pitch. The first one was up. The second one was down. Both of them are away, and they're identical. As far as the swing goes, it's just a matter of, you can see where he makes contact on the first one right here, the second one right down in there. It's all a matter of the timing of the swing. It's the same swing every time, and not many can do that.
Oh, that's something. Laying one over the top of the other, especially that last image of it. How consistent he is with that swing. Well, can he pull one more out of the well, Ryan Braun? He's done it before. He had a 3-homer game against the Padres on April 30th. That was the night he had 15 total bases in a Brewers record. Also had a triple in that game. 2 quick strikes on Braun.
Yeah, broke out a slider. You're going to break out just about everything you have to try and get Braun out in this situation. It's all fastballs to Gomez, and a little wrinkle to Ryan in that last pitch.
.96 at your chest.
Just keeping him off the outside corner. I guess if you're a reliever down in that Pirates bullpen, he's hit 2 balls at you tonight, which means he covers the outside corner pretty well.
Another breaking ball from Watson, and Braun able to fight it off. His dad Joe, nervous as always. Imagine how he'd be if Braun couldn't hit. He's always been able to hit. Tied at 6, bottom of the 8th. And Braun rolls one toward the hole. Barmer's jump throw to first, no chance. Another hit for Braun, his 4th of the game. And the winning run, or run that could take the lead, is aboard now.
Well, it's a good battle by Ryan Braun. I mean, 0-2 very quickly. Fastball, slider, and then Ryan goes to work. Shortens up the swing a little bit. Watson tries to knock him off the plate. Comes back with a slider. He fouls it off, and there's a money pitch. A pitch out of the strike zone. Not sure what it was. He turned it over a little bit at 89 miles an hour, and he got a base hit. So good speed at first base. You figure that Ryan might try and steal a base here.
This might be the chance. Braun had a couple of steals The last road trip on Sunday. 15 stolen bases on the year for Braun. Ramos Ramirez, the former Pirate. And that one's in there for a strike. It's been a frustrating day at the plate for Ramirez. Stranded the bases loaded in the second, left 2 aboard in the fourth. But he's up in a big spot here. All tied at 6 in the 8th. And it's 1-1 on Ramirez.
One of those fastballs out over the plate. I think Ramirez is going to give it a pretty good ride. Watson likes to pitch inside. Obviously, we've seen it in the first 3 hitters.
One thing he has not found yet is that inside corner strike. That fastball in there. He's backed some hitters out for sure. Another second-year pitcher for the Pirates. Two and 1. Pirates are getting great production in the first half, at least, from these young pitchers just getting their feet wet. Last year was Watson's first year in the big leagues. Bit of a late bloomer. He's 27 now. But Clint Hurdle believes in velocity in the bullpen, and he's got a ton of it. The 2-1, Ramirez was late.
He had a good one to hit too. Right down the middle, down in the zone. See a little frustration in his face.
2-2 now. Fights one off Ramirez.
Yeah, Ryan Braun having a tough time with that move from Tony Watson. He's going back to first base. Every time he lifts that leg.
Braun and Garth Orange working hard at trying to get a beat on Watson. Another 2-2 coming. Braun goes back again. Ramirez fouls it away again. He's just late.
And he just Ryan just over there shaking his head saying, I can't figure him out. So what you normally do, and base stealers will normally do, they'll shorten the lead and just take off the first move. You got to be careful. You got a home run hitter at the plate. Ryan Braun asking Casey McGee, give me a read on this move. What does he do when he goes to home plate? Come on, we're old pals. Casey McGee saying, I don't know.
I'm just the first baseman.
He picks me off half the time.
Try again.
A lot of times when you have a guy that doesn't have a very good move, he's not going to throw over all that much. Guys with a good move are always going to throw to first base. That's the first time he's thrown over. Sometimes you just guess. He picks that leg off, leg up, you take off.
Ramirez, foul territory. That'll be in the seats.
Problem is with Watson here, he's given 2 different moves. He's got the high leg kick, and then he'll go with the slide step, making it even a little bit more difficult for Ryan Braun to read the move.
There was a game last year. Watson pitched against the Brewers in Pittsburgh. Brewers got 4 earned runs off of him. Saw him twice at the end of last year. He did pitch against Milwaukee in their first series here at Miller Park. Went just a third of an inning. Another 2-2 pitch from Tony Watson. And Ramirez takes one just off the plate.
Let's see if Braun's going to be running here on 3-2. Doesn't seem to be able to get a very good jump. Well, a few pitches away in this at bat for Ramirez.
A tough at bat for Ramirez. He's worked it into a full count. And Aramis rips one to left, a base hit. What a great at bat for Aramis Ramirez. He was grinding away up there, fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch. Delivers with a hit.
Yeah, finally got a fastball down the middle and able to bang it into left field. See the way Ramirez shortens up a little bit with 2 strikes. Ryan Braun just couldn't get a jump. You see, even on a 3-2 count, Braun going back to first. But now he's in scoring position.
Well, Braun and Ramirez back-to-back hits with 1 out. Ray Searage on his way back to the mound, and with Corey Hart coming up. Quick chat. It's been a while since Watson has pitched in a game. Prior to tonight's game, the last time he worked was July 1st. Understanding the All-Star break in the middle of that, but July 9th was the final day before the All-Star break, or July 8th, and then the 4 days off. That's a long time for a reliever to not get into a game.
Especially when you're the only lefty in the bullpen.
That's how good the bullpen has been, right?
Yeah.
So here's Corey Hart with 2 on, bottom of the 8th inning in a 6-6 game. Going to be a final at-bat victory for someone tonight. Great speed at second base. A base hit should score Braun. Hart's had a good night tonight. 3 hits. If he gets a hit here, he'll be the 3rd Brewer of the night with 4 hits in a game. Maldonado and Braun have already done it.
Yeah, right now 11 of the 14 hits from Milwaukee have come from 3 guys.
Prior to tonight, there had been only 3 4-hit games all year. And Corey Hart had one of those 4-hit games. Hart and Braun and Gomez. And a chance for 3 tonight. Ricky Weeks on deck. Pirates are looking for a double play ball. Hart trying to give Milwaukee the lead. Brewers were able to tie it in the 6th inning on a Ryan Braun homer. Now he's at second in the 8th. Tapper, first base foul. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Corey Hart.
Why didn't Casey grab that baseball? Then he flinched.
As if it was like a hornet.
Now watch Casey McGee. Obviously foul. He goes after it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
No, I'm not going to get that.
Oh no, that thing's scary, that round ball. big spot. Brewers playing the division leaders, the Pirates, trying to whittle that deficit. 8 games back to start play today. Braun goes, and Hart swings and misses. He strikes out. It'll be a double steal. Braun swipes third base. Give Ramirez a bag as well. But 2 men are out as Ricky Weeks comes up.
Yeah, Watson not messing around, throwing as hard as he can, break by Corey Hart on that 2-strike pitch. Here's a guy who can handle the fastball pretty well.
Weeks had an RBI in the first inning, part of a 3-run first inning for the Brewers. We might be approaching a record for mound visits in tonight's game. The Pirates are going out, it feels like every batter.
Yeah. Every time Ray Sears goes out, the whole infield joins him. Well, they want to make sure they get it right. You wonder how aggressive the Pirates are going to be in this situation with Ricky Weeks, with Ransom on deck, and they're going to walk him.
They'll put it in the hands of Cody Ransom. Will load the bases. There's ball 4. So an intentional walk.
Yeah, 2 left on the bench is George Kottaras, who's not going to hit in this situation, and Cesar Turris, the switch hitter. George getting ready just in case the right-hander comes out of that bullpen, but I don't see that happening. Ben Hurdle very much aware who's left on the Brewers bench.
2 outs in the inning. Bases are loaded for the Brewers now as Cody Ransom will step in. It's only the second time this year Weeks has been intentionally walked. See if Ransom can make him pay. Ransom tonight is 0 for 4. All tied at 6 in the 8th. 2 outs in the 8th inning. The go ahead run at third as Ransom takes ball 2. One of the dangers of an intentional walk to load the bases, putting a ton of pressure on the pitcher to throw strikes. A walk here, the Brewers take the lead.
Yeah, it's been a 30-pitch inning for Tony Watson. That's a lot.
Maldonado open to hit next. Well, Ransom will be looking for something he can handle here. A 2-0. Fouls it away. An infield hit by Braun, a single to left by Ramirez. Weeks walked. 2-1 to Ransom. 2-2.
And 2 good pitches to hit right down the middle. The advantage of being able to throw in the mid-90s.
And he's got Ransom talking to himself as McKinley goes back out to the mound. Brewers jumped out to a 3-0 lead early in the first inning. Pirates came back. At one point, Pittsburgh had a 5-3 lead. Brewers were able to tie it up in the 6th inning on Braun's second homer of the game. Braun has 4 hits, Maldonado with 4 hits. Two balls, 2 strikes. And Ransom launches way back and gone! A grand slam home run! Cody Ransom! First career grand slam for Cody Ransom. Who didn't see that coming?
One too many fastballs down the middle. He found the first 2 back. Had a little meeting with himself and knocked one way out of here to left center. Wow. Walking Ricky Weeks in front of him and gives the Brewers a 10-6 lead. How about that one?
What a moment. A 2-out, 2-strike grand slam for Cody Ransom.
And a blast at that. That's not a wall scraper.
A curtain call in Milwaukee. Well done, Cody Ransom. Maldonado breaks his bat, and for the first time today, they retire the Brewers catcher. What you say when you talk to yourself. Cody Ransom talked himself right into a grand slam homer for the Brew Crew. 10-6 Milwaukee. As Ransom, for the first time in his career, with a grand slam homer. Ransom, he's bounced around American League, National League, minor leagues, and a first for him, a grand slam home run with 2 outs and 2 strikes to give the Brewers the lead in the 8th.
Well, Watson left that one out over the plate just a little bit, allowing Ransom to get the bat on it. The 2 that he fouled off were middle in. Watch where this one is. Out away from him, and he's able to center on it. Sweet spot, 4 runs from Milwaukee with 2 outs.
And look where this one lands. Just a bomb from Cody Ransom. He was blinking his eyes. He looked like he was having trouble seeing. He has an injured finger. He's talking to himself. He let 2 fastballs go by. He fouled off. He was frustrated. He didn't.
It's just a matter of
with it.
A couple of inches either way, in and out. You know, I mean, you get that pitch that Watson just threw to him for the grand slam. You get that in about 3 inches, it's not going to be the same result. He was behind 2 fastballs. He had the count in his favor. They were middle in. He left that one middle away, and that was the difference. Location.
Well, that brings John Axford on. It's a non-save situation as he records out number 1. Drew Sutton retired. I mean, this is very interesting here. This is prior to the pitch that he hit out. He's blinking and he's talking to himself and knows he just let a couple of fastballs go by, and whatever he said, what you say when you talk to yourself. I think that was Bob Rotella that did that. Boom. Just like he planned it. Good stuff. It's a crazy game.
Yeah, it is. It's a and you can use this. I just made this up, game of inches. Location. I mean, of pitches. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem like it means a lot, whether it's a little bit away or a little bit in. We're talking maybe 4 or 5 inches. Difference between an out and a home run.
What a moment for Cody Ransom. The ultimate payback for a hitter when the batter in front of him is intentionally walked. The opposing manager is saying, we would rather face you. We don't feel like you can do the job. You're the better matchup for us. And he cashed it in a big way. 1-2 the count on Neil Walker. Walker into left field. Braun eases back. And there is out number 2. I don't know if you saw John Axford. You're a big Twitter guy, Rock, and I know you follow it. But John Axford had one of the greatest tweets I have ever seen. He had his wisdom teeth out during the All-Star break, and he took a picture of his swollen mouth and his actual teeth.
Wow.
And tweeted that to the world.
And you saw that?
Yes, I did. That was very impressive. Said he lost a fight with an oral surgeon. 2 outs with McCutchen at the plate. Most guys want to take their All-Star break and relax.
For a guy that doesn't do Twitter, you know a lot about it. You know that?
I'm on it. I just don't tweet.
Okay.
I don't tweet. Oh, yeah.
You're on the social media.
Yeah. Axford's, he's great on Twitter, by the way. He's funny.
I would imagine he has a few people following.
Oh, yeah. Slightly more than at Brewers fan camp.
Yeah, right now.
You're gaining on him, though.
Surely.
2 balls and a strike on McCutchen. McCutchen with 2 hits tonight, 2 for 3 with a walk. And a swing and a miss on a 96-mile-an-hour heater. Crowd of over 35,000 tonight on a Friday at Miller Park. Grand slam home run by Cody Ransom has the Brewers up 4 with 2 outs in the ninth. Axford trying to make it quick work. It's 3-2. That one's driven deep, and that one's not coming back. Andrew McCutchen. Number 19 of the year. It's about the quickest bat in baseball right there. And he turned it around in a hurry.
Well, getting that down by 4 runs. He did. He spanked that fastball. 3-2. Well, Axford didn't want to walk him. He wasn't about to throw the curveball. And McCutchen shows you how quick his bat is. Right down the middle. Perfect body position on the point of contact.
Well, it's a thrill watching guys like Ryan Braun and Andrew McCutchen go at it. Two of the premier players in the game. Both have had big games. McCutchen with a 3-hit night. Braun with 4 hits, including 2 homers. On base all 5 times tonight, Ryan Braun. With a game-tying homer in the 6th. An infield hit that started a rally in the 8th. Ball and a strike on Garrett Jones. That one's driven to right. Aoki coming in. Taking on a hop. And the beat goes on. The Pirates not dead yet.
No. Hanging curveball that time for Jones, and he hammers it into right field. Tried to get the curveball, left it up and down the middle, and Garrett Jones hit it very hard into right field. Tying run on deck.
Garrett Jones with his first hit. And here is Casey McGee. Casey's 0 for 4 tonight. He's struck out 3 times. McGee getting the start at first base. Axford trying to make him the last out as he deals a fastball away. 97.
Just off that outside corner. Didn't miss by much.
McGee chased one, and now it's 1-2. Figures on a night when you had a starting pitching matchup of 2 of the biggest all-star snubs. James McDonald, who was 3rd in the league in ERA, and a 9-game winner. Greinke, a 9-game winner, an ERA of 3.32. And we're still sitting here in the 9th inning. 17 runs and 25 hits combined. Greinke was out after 5. McDonald couldn't get through 5. 1 ball, 2 strikes. McGee lays off. 2-2. Tomorrow the Brewers will send up Marco Estrada against Kevin Correa. Pirates down to their last strike. 2-2 from Axford. 3-2.
And you got a guy on deck that's already hit a home run tonight.
Pedro Alvarez, the next hitter. Brewers would just as soon see him tomorrow. The payoff pitch to McGee. And a foul tip right off Jerry Lane. Boy, that was a wicked foul ball.
And McGee just barely got a piece of that one. Been a long night for the umpire, and this is what he gets for his trouble. Bingo.
Ooh, right off the arm.
Yeah.
Listen in. Barely even flinch back there, Jerry Ray.
Big man, he's tough.
So we'll wind it up again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jones will take off with a pitch. And McGee fouls it away. I think McGee pretty much made up his mind he was going to swing right there.
Pitch was over his head.
Andrew McCutchen with a 2-out home run. Garrett Jones singled. And another 3-2. McGee fouls another one back. Can't put him away. Tying run on deck in Pedro Alvarez. A grand slam by Cody Ransom in the bottom of the 8th inning, giving the Brewers the lead. Axford trying to finish it off. 3-2 pitch. Strike call. Ball game over. Axford rings up Casey McGee to end it. 10-7 the final score. On a career first for Cody Ransom, a grand slam homer. And the Brewers within 7 of the division leading Pittsburgh Pirates. 10 runs on 15 hits tonight for Milwaukee. K-Rod's the winner. And the star, Cody Ransom, 4 hit games from Maldonado and Ryan Braun. Much more coming up. Craig Kashawn, what do you have for Brewers Live?
I'll tell you what, you guys, so much for that big pitching matchup we built during Brewers Live pregame. A 10-7 ball game here. The Brewers will take it. Very important win to start out this big 9-game stretch. We'll tell you why. Preview game 2. We'll get inside the clubhouse as well and hear from the players and Ron Renicky. All next on Brewers Live.